So welcome to our building of just a more, a more just Commonwealth. And we're so glad that you're here this morning. And just wanted to start out with a little history of the league, which I think we all know, but I think it sets this off very well. And just to remind everyone that the reason the league came into being is because women did not have the right to vote. Women did not have representation. And they realized that in order to get representation, to have the laws passed that affected them and their families and their communities and the things that they cared about, they needed the right to vote. And that is so critical to everything that we do. And one of the first things that women did when they got that right to vote was they passed child labor laws. And working to make things better for those who still didn't have a voice or protection in our laws. And the fight continues, whether it is women's health choices, whether it's voting access. And I think that the current fight that we see going on for access to the ballot really underlines the importance of voting. And can't stress enough how important it is to get out there and vote. And it also underlines partisan gerrymandering and how gerrymandering, the drawing of lines to the benefit of a particular political party, or even as an incumbent protection plan, steals that power away from the voters. And so as we are in the middle of the redistricting process, just to remind you to weigh in on the maps that we expect to see on Monday. Tell them what you like, tell them what you don't like. If you are from a community, whatever your shared interest is, then make sure that you're commenting about how that affects your community. And it all comes down to representation, to having a seat at the table. And our goal here is not only to give an ear to the voices that aren't often heard, but to give them an actual seat at the table so that they have a chance to affect the laws and the policies that are affecting them. And we have a much better representation, a much stronger democracy when we do these things. And that is why we chose justice as the way to pull that all together. So our keynote speaker that we had hoped was going to kick everything off for us today has still not been able to join, but we do have a video that I would like to share with you. And Denise, I don't know if you have anything that you would like to share about this video before we start it. But I think it'll be a good way to kick us off. So give me just a moment to share my screen and we'll get that rolling.
Relative risk for Black students to be suspended as compared to non-Black students, right? I think one of the things, though, for me that is most compelling about this map is that of the 142 school divisions that we have in the Commonwealth of Virginia, just 5 of those school divisions have no disproportionality amongst their school discipline rates. Just 5 out of 142. So we certainly have a lot of work to do as we look at advancing equity outcomes across the Commonwealth of Virginia. As we go a little deeper into the data, here are some things that we also know about school discipline in the state. First of all, schools with higher Black student suspension rates are also more likely to have higher overall suspension rates, lower percentages of Black students, lower percentages of Black teachers, a higher student poverty rate. They serve secondary grades primarily, and they're primarily located in urban settings. One of the things, though, that was most compelling about our deep dive into this issue of disproportionality in the Commonwealth was that we found that specific to teacher race, what we know to be true in Virginia data is that for every 1% increase and Black teachers in the school, the suspension rate for Black students decreases by 0.03%, which is statistically significant, and also was the variable that had the greatest impact on decreasing rates of disproportionality in schools across the state. So what does our teacher diversity in the Commonwealth look like? Well, in Virginia, nearly 82% of our teaching workforce is white, while 52% of our student population are students of color. So that's a very big disparity there, right? And while we are working really aggressively to address diversity in the teacher pipeline, what we know is that that alone can't be the only strategy that we use to address disproportionality in school discipline, bias that's happening in our classrooms, the lack of cultural responsiveness or culturally relevant teaching that's taking place. We have to amp up our professional development for the teachers that we currently have within our workforce. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what our vision for that looks like. So quick facts on teacher diversity. Black students who are exposed to at least one Black teacher by 3rd grade are 13% more likely to enroll in college. And those who had 2 Black teachers are 32% more likely to enroll in college. Black teachers, obviously, from that data, we know produce greater benefits for Black students in the South relative to other regions, but also for all students. And consistent evidence shows that exposure to same-race teachers is associated with reduced rates of exclusionary discipline for Black students, as we just talked about with our previous data. So what does our resource equity look like when we think about the workforce? Beyond this issue of teacher diversity, what else is happening in the state? Well, first of all, Virginia ranks 26th in the state for local pew purple funding in our K-12 system. We're 42nd for state per pupil funding overall in the nation, 42nd, and 32nd for the average salary of public K-12 teachers based on survey data from 2017-18. If you look at the bar chart there on the graph to the left, what you see is that this is a representation of new and provisionally licensed teachers.
It is my pleasure to help facilitate
and their
today's
concentration in schools by the percent of poverty in that school. So what you see on the graph is that as the rate of poverty increases in the school, so does the concentration of new and provisionally licensed teachers. So if you attend a school where
we
80%
have with
of the
us
student
the Director
population
of
or
Equity
more are students who have low, who are
I seem to be getting 2 different audio feeds, so give me just a moment to sort that out and we'll continue.
VA and the
slide here
accompanying
shows
equity
what our
audit tool.
achievement gaps look like.
This framework establishes the Commonwealth's shared equity priorities, advances tools and resources to support local school divisions, and affirms the Virginia Department of Education's commitment to dismantle any and all forms of inequity in Virginia's education system. Before we get started, please listen carefully to just a few reminders before we dive in. This webinar is being recorded and will be posted to our website and YouTube channel for public access. We have allotted time for questions at the end of the presentation, but feel free to ask questions via the chat feature throughout the presentation, and we will get to them. And please also know that you can drop questions into the Q&A feature. I will also be emailing out the slides and any of the accompanying resources that Ms. Walker shares at the end of the presentation. And please feel empowered to share it with your colleagues that may have not been able to attend today. And so Ms. Walker, we are excited to hear from you today. And I'm going to turn this ship over to you.
Thank you, Janae. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us today to hear more about what we've been working on in the Office of Equity at DOE, which is our roadmap to equity, navigating at Equity VA. So on the title slide, you can see there our Twitter handle at VDOE_news. I'm at LayDWalk on Twitter, and then our hashtag, of course, is hashtag at Equity VA. So we hope all of you all will engage with us on social media today as well. All right, so let's go ahead and just get into it. I want to start with a quote from James Baldwin, and that says that not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. And why I want to start here is because as we build up this conversation around Virginia's equity priorities, I want to first start with some level setting where we can discuss what does the landscape really look like in Virginia, and why it's important to center this conversation about the landscape in Virginia as it relates to equity with this quote from James Baldwin is because when we really first started talking about data and looking at data through an equity lens, there was some reticence across the state and some concern that the data needed to be more nuanced and that we really needed to provide more explanation as to why we were seeing some of the disparities that we were seeing in the data. And while all of that may be true, it's also very true that if we don't really take a hard look at our data and where we stand in the state, we're not going to be able to make the changes that we want to see actualized for Virginia students. So we start with the quote, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced as we begin our walk through Virginia's data. So up first, as we think about the Virginia landscape is really thinking about this notion of disproportionality, right? This is a conversation we've been having for the last several years across the state, at least at a high level. Really that came out of a report that was released by the Center for American Progress that stated that the Commonwealth of Virginia was the #1 state in the nation for referrals of students to the school to prison pipeline. And while Virginia loves to be #1 for many, many things, this was really not one of the things we wanted to be nationally ranked as #1 for. So we started to take a really hard look at what does this proportionality look like in the state and how does it manifest? Well, what we know is that in Virginia, while Black students only comprise 22% of total student enrollment, they make up 52% of all students who are suspended. In 60% of Virginia school divisions, Black students are more than twice as likely as their non-Black peers to be suspended from school. And in 30% of our divisions, Black female students are more than 3 times as likely as their non-Black peers to be suspended from school. If students are not in school in receiving instruction, then we cannot begin to address the opportunity and academic achievement gaps that we're seeing across our system. And so as we ponder that data, I want to just take a quick moment to play this video that was recently released by the Education Trust and Georgetown University that really puts a laser focus on the criminalization of Black girls in schools in particular, as we think about that data point around 30% of our schools, Black girls being 3 times more likely to be suspended from school. So I'm going to go ahead and, see if I can get that video to play. Just give me 1 second. Looks like our video stopped. There we go. Are y'all able to hear that? Okay, hold on. Okay, let me see. Let me get it again. We've got time for this little technical difficulty. Hold on 1 second.
seems like monsters abound. I would like to move on. We can come back to the video. We could share the link in the chat, but I would like to introduce Denise, who will introduce our next speaker, who was gracious enough to come on early and fill some of this time for us. So Denise Harrington is our Director of Advocacy for Virginia. And Denise, thank you so much.
And thank you so much, Deb. And good morning, everybody. I know that the founders of our league are proud of us, because just a little bit of technical difficulties is nothing like at one point not having the right as women to vote. So this is minor, and yet we have something incredibly spectacular. Can you hear me now? Okay. Was I muted the whole time?
No. Just for a second. The monsters are getting us, Denise, but you're
Okay.
good now.
All right. Thank you. So, my friends, we have something very spectacular for you today. So before, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the next speaker that we're about to hear. Mr. Daquan Marcel Love is the 6th Executive Director of the Virginia State Conference NAACP. A former member of the NAACP National Board of Directors, Daquan has served in many national leadership roles. As National Youth Work Chair, he led the programmatic oversight of the NAACP's youth and college units across the country. He formerly served as president of the Virginia State Conference NAACP Youth and College Division, where he successfully led a campaign to stop the proposed invalidation of more than 16,000 voter registration applications in 2012. Aligned with the Virginia NAACP's intense focus on nonpartisan political and voter engagement for the 2021 election cycle, Daquan brings an unmatched political acumen to the state conference. A former state legislative candidate and political staffer, Daquan has worked on numerous local, state, and federal political campaigns as a fundraiser and strategist. Daquan earned his bachelor's in political science from my alma mater, Hampton University, that resides in Hampton, Virginia. But it is my home by the sea, or our home by the sea. He also has a master's in teaching from North Carolina State University. He serves on the board of directors of Profound Gentlemen and New Leaders Council, North Carolina, and is a proud member of the very first Black Greek organization, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Also, Daquan has also reminded me that our partnership at the national level with the NAACP and the League of Women Voters US is solid. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Director for the state NAACP, Mr. Daquan Love.
Thank you so much, Denise. And thank you so much, League of Women Voters, for having me this morning. It is always good to be with the League of Women Voters. I feel like I'm amongst family. And so I am very excited to be here. Thank you, Joan, for helping out with technical support this morning. Always want to thank Deb. I think I saw Deb on earlier. And congratulations, Deb, on your, I believe, your recent re-election rather. You know, in this particular day and age, as we have so many issues and challenges that we face throughout this Commonwealth and across this country, something that I have come to truly cherish is partnerships. And I tell you this, the partnership between the Virginia State Conference NAACP, which is the governing body overseeing over 100 youth councils, college chapters, and adult branches across this Commonwealth, and the League of Women Voters Virginia is strong, and it is going to remain strong and grow even stronger. And so before I begin, I want to especially thank Denise for her partnership and for working with us and with our political action chair, Galen Canoyton. I want to thank Deb Wake for just being such a strong ally. And Deb has been personally helpful as I am returning back to Virginia and starting in this new role just in January. And Deb has provided some great mentorship and support. You know, as century-old organizations, the NAACP and the League of Women Voters, there's something that the NAACP and the League of Women Voters shares that not many organizations share. And that is beyond just the length of our existence, but the totality of the work that we've been able to do and the accomplishments that we have shared together. And so again, you know, as century-old organizations, I'm just grateful to be with you all this morning. To Denise's point earlier, we just found out literally, I think today, that we're both Hamptonians. And so I am even more excited to be with Denise today. My goal this morning briefly is to share with you some updates on the work of the Virginia State Conference, NAACP, so that you might have a better understanding of our structure, the things that we are currently working on, and the areas in which we are already working together. For those of you who do not know, the Virginia State Conference NAACP was founded in a very cold day in January of 1935 by the late Oliver Whitehill Sr. In the star city of Roanoke, Virginia. And it was at that time in 1935, there had already been a few NAACP branches in existence in Virginia, but they gathered in Roanoke under the auspices that they needed to coordinate the work of NAACP units together in the Commonwealth. And for the first campaign of the state conference, which was to ensure equitable teacher pay between Black teachers and white teachers in this Commonwealth. And since 1935, we've grown from just a few dozen chapters, branches, and youth councils to now over 100. And I'm very proud to say that of the civil rights and advocacy groups in the Commonwealth, we truly are the most geographically spread out, representing about 85% of the localities and municipalities and counties across this Commonwealth. No other organization matches the size and scope of that of the NAACP. And as you all know, it is our mission to ensure the political, educational, social, and economic equality of rights for all, and to eliminate race-based hatred and racial discrimination. And how do we do that? We have been working in what we like to call our game changer areas of focus. Those are education, healthcare, environmental and climate justice, economic development, criminal and juvenile justice, and of course, voting rights and voting representation. And finally, our most recent, which is youth and young adult engagement. Here at the Virginia State Conference, we have been very focused, laser focused on expanding voter rights. And I know that we have so many recent victories to share, like the Virginia Voting Rights Act that we were so proud to be able to get passed, and thanking you, the League of Women Voters, for your efforts in getting that landmark legislation passed. But friends, I have to remind folks today that we cannot rest on our laurels. Friends, I know that we have the Virginia Voting Rights Act, but we did a poll back in July. And what it has found is that despite the recent successes that we have had in expanding voting rights, expanding early voting access, all of these recent gains, one, it has unfortunately reduced the enthusiasm, especially amongst Black voters, in this election, and it has a sense of apathy has creeped amongst our community members. And I know that that is the same among progressives across the board in this Commonwealth. It is a lot easier for us to say, well, oh, well, we're not Texas. We're not having that issue. Our delegates are doing the right thing. We're not Georgia in that aspect, folks are saying. But ladies and gentlemen, with this year's election coming up, quite frankly, everything on our shared programmatic and civil rights agenda is at stake. And I know that the League of Women Voters and your local chapters are laser focused as well on making sure that we get out the vote. But I would submit to you this morning the overall and overarching importance of making sure that we can defeat apathy in this year's election. We've got to make sure that we remind folks not just of the victories that we have achieved in the last 2 years, we have to remind folks that it is still at stake. What I think is the most understated election in this cycle is that of the lieutenant governor, because we all can remember that Medicaid expansion was not passed by an overwhelming majority in the state Senate, and it was the lieutenant governor who made the life-changing decision to make sure that, and when that split vote was there, the lieutenant governor was able to get Medicaid expansion passed. Friends, lieutenant governor and that race is so pivotal and important, but most of our family and friends and loved ones and community members aren't even paying attention to that right now. As we look and we see the impact of the Attorney General's race on the lives of everyday Virginians, and we have seen the progressive achievements that we've been able to make with allies in these offices. However, let's be clear, there's still much work to be done. Our House of Delegates, and again, I don't want to sound alarmist, but I do think that there is a sense of apathy amongst us. And it is so critically important that we engage and energize and mobilize voters and talk to them about the issues that they care about. Because while we are all on this call, we are all high propensity voters. We're going to vote in every election. You don't have to remind us. You don't have to tell us. We're going out to the polls. There are those who are in our communities who just say, oh, well, we've had so many Democratic gains and progressive gains. And of course, the NAACP is a nonpartisan civil rights organization. We don't support or endorse candidates. And I believe that's the same for the league. And which is the case, yes. And so, but we also know, as our president and CEO says, we are nonpartisan, but we aren't blind either. And so we want to make sure that we're talking to our community members about the issues that are impacting them, because at the end of the day, it's not about the personality of the person who's running in office, because nobody's perfect. It's about the issues that we care about and finding some folks who will be allies in the struggle. Because, ladies and gentlemen, what folks fail to realize, outside of the folks on this call, of course, is that we are not electing perfect politicians, because that's the role of the League of Women Voters and the NAACP. Because once they get into office, it's our job to go to the General Assembly and to the governor's mansion and to press our allies even stronger towards the areas where we need them to go. And that's why just this week, just Thursday, we announced a new campaign that the NAACP is launching, which really didn't get covered as much due to the flooding and to the governor's debate, our Ensure Justice and Demand Accountability campaign. And I'm gonna briefly explain to you what that was. Back in January, the Virginia State Police shot and killed Xavier Hill in Goochland County. Our local Goochland branch investigated the issue, found out, okay, 2 state troopers killed this Black man, teenage man, after a traffic stop. Now, okay, we investigated. The Commonwealth's attorney decided not to pursue charges. We asked the Attorney General to prosecute, investigate, and potentially prosecute those charges. The Attorney General said, well, I don't have the authority. So, our NAACP legal team did some research, because again, it's not about electing perfect politicians, it's about holding politicians accountable. And we found that, if you all recall, in 2016, the Attorney General's office opened up a special unit in their office for animal cruelty. And so we said this year, when he said he didn't have the authority, I said, well, why don't you open up a unit to look at the shooting of unarmed men and women by law enforcement officers and holding them accountable? The Attorney General said, well, I don't have the authority. Well, we looked, we did our legal research, we read the Code of Virginia, and we found that the governor has the authority right now in the Code of Virginia without any other legislation needed. He right now can direct the Attorney General to investigate and prosecute cases of police misconduct and law enforcement accountability. We asked him to do it and he's refusing to do so. And so we are holding Governor Northam accountable in these last few months of office, because again, it's not about electing perfect politicians, it's about holding them accountable. And ladies and gentlemen, we have been here. I don't know why I said gentlemen, I think I'm the only one on the call, but ladies, we have been in this struggle for many years, and we are not going to be tired yet. We are going to press forward because our communities are counting on us. There are folks in this Commonwealth who may never attend a League of Women Voter event, may never step into an NAACP event, but they're counting on the League to stand up for them and to be their voice. They're counting on the NAACP. So I just want to first and foremost thank you for the work that you're doing, because despite the long hours and volunteerism and the sleepless nights and the sacrifices that you all give, I know, because we have that on our end too. Despite that, know and rest assured that you are helping to move our Commonwealth forward. And in those moments of challenge and difficulty and struggle, angst and frustration and stress, know that you're making a difference in this Commonwealth. Oh, what a wonderful thing. I will also tell you, we are working closely on expanding voting rights. We're working closely. I'm really excited about our efforts for right to vote. I'm really excited about the coalition that we're working to establish to ensure the right to vote and to pass SJ 272 next year. Ladies and gentlemen, the founders of the NAACP, the founders of the League of Women Voters would have dreamt of the day when we are going to enshrine finally once and for all the right to vote in our Constitution. I think of that Constitutional Convention when they said that if we eliminate the right to vote for the darky, we would be able to control them for years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, this Commonwealth is moving forward, and not just because of perfect politicians, but because of groups like the League of Women Voters holding the politicians accountable. Yes, it is a struggle. Yes, it is not easy. Yes, there are going to be moments of challenge and difficulty, but let's stay in the fight and keep up the work. I don't know about you, but I surely am fired up and ready to go. With just a few more days before election day, early voting having started yesterday, we are all in right now into getting out and expanding the vote. The league and your Vote 411 electoral guides is helping so many folks. I know that there are folks who are just can't wait to get that information and are counting on the league for that information. So thank you for your efforts there. I don't want to hold you all up. I know you have a robust agenda plan this morning, but I will just share you once again from one century-old organization to the other. We are in this fight together. We stand in solidarity together. We're going to move this Commonwealth forward together. And despite the challenges and the difficulties and the political whims of the moment, it doesn't matter who's in office. It doesn't matter what party's in control. We will be here together, working to move this state forward, holding folks accountable, and expanding access for our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me, and God bless you all.
Daquan, thank you so very much for your powerful speech. We so appreciate your partnership and your leadership, and look forward to getting SJ272 across the finish line. So thank you again so very much. Our keynote speaker has joined us, and we appreciate her powering through this technical difficulties. So it's my extreme pleasure to introduce Dr. Janice Underwood, the Chief Diversity and Equity and Inclusion Officer for the Commonwealth. Dr. Janice Underwood strongly believes in servant leadership and culturally relevant reform, was appointed by Governor Ralph Northam as the Commonwealth of Virginia's first cabinet level Chief Diversity Officer. This position is also the first of its kind in the nation. As the Commonwealth's Chief Diversity Officer, she is committed to addressing racial, ethnic, disability, gender-based, and other cultural inequities in formal and informal policies and practices in Virginia state government. As a result, Dr. Underwood is working tirelessly to build the One Virginia statewide strategic plan for inclusive excellence across over 100 state agencies and with other public and private sectors. In her short tenure, she has been named one of 20 Women of Change in 2020 by the Virginia Museum of History and Culture for the accomplishments and impact she has already had on the Commonwealth. Her goal is to make Virginia an exemplar for the nation regarding diversity, equity, and inclusive excellence. Dr. Underwood, welcome, and thank you for joining us. Excuse me, Dr. Underwood, your audio is garbled. I don't know if, okay.
I think she went out, and she's going to try to come back on. The monsters are trying to defeat us, but it's not going to work.
I'll fill a little space while we wait for Dr. Underwood to rejoin us. Daquan mentioned SJ272, and just as a reminder, that is a constitutionally protected right to vote. And it was rolled into HJ555, which was the automatic restoration of rights. And so what we currently have before us is a constitutionally protected right to vote that is paused while you're incarcerated and then automatically restored. And because constitutional amendments take 2 cycles to pass, we'll be pushing for that in our next cycle, I believe. I see that Dr. Underwood is back. Welcome back. And you're currently muted, sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly, thank you.
Great. Thank you for your patience. Oh, what a day, what a day. Thank you to the League of Women Voters and Deb Wake for your kind invitation to be with you today. I so appreciate your partnership, friendship, and your patience. Today has been a crazy morning already, and technical difficulties have prevented me from being with you, but I was able to join and hear some of Mr. Love's comments, and certainly appreciate his passion and his partnership in the fight as well. I won't be before you long, but certainly want to also take any questions from the chat box that you have, but want to talk a little bit about, as Deb mentioned, the position that I'm in and how we partner with organizations such as the League, as well as, you know, anyone in Virginia, across the nation, as we do this work. As we push for inclusion and equity, we have to be vulnerable and honest about our structures. And I think that's exactly what these conversations you've been having this morning have been really about. I heard a lot of, we must hold our elected officials, our appointed officials accountable, our policymakers. In 2019, that's exactly what Governor Northam did. After doing a lot of listening, Governor Northam wanted to have an honest and challenging conversation about these things, including in access to voting and other protections and civil protections, in particular for those who are members of marginalized communities and underrepresented communities. And it is absolutely no secret that in 2019, we were in a racial reckoning of our own. And so as a result, he created the position of Chief Diversity Officer to help him in the Commonwealth as a whole intentionally think about ways equity should be threaded across all public sectors, our state workforce and beyond. And when I say beyond, I certainly mean beyond the public sector, the state government public sector. We have been able to have conversations with local governments, with nonprofits, with for-profit organizations, and even other states have begun to reach out to this office that I'm in and to me and my team and say, how can we begin to create and replicate some of the work you're doing? So in 2019, we created the office, the position. In 2020, I created the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and immediately got to work. This position and office were codified for every future administration to build upon the work that has already begun. And so just as Daquan mentioned, you know, as we think about the last few months of the Northam administration going out, we must hold Governor 74 and beyond accountable for this work, because there is no way that we will be able to build upon this work or even make a huge dent in inequity, because inequity has had a 402-year head start. And we have made so many strides in the last 2 to 3 years, that we don't want that work to go away or be diminished. And believe me, many of you know this, this is me preaching to the choir in some respects, right? This will take generations to see measurable outcomes or dividends from what we have invested over the last administration. But as you know, and I know Deb was just talking about some of the advancements that we've seen, we have begun to see the fruit of our work. For example, one of the things that I want to highlight for you, and I want to put a couple of links in the chat box. In 2021, we launched the first statewide strategic plan, the One Virginia Plan. And it was House Bill 1993, patroned by Delegate Alex Askew, that's mandate all state-supported institutions, all state agencies establish and maintain a DEI plan, a measurable plan to drive culture change across all state agencies, colleges, and universities. And this has become a model for other states. I can't tell you how many states have reached out to me and say, how can I create a One Virginia plan in our state and adapt it, to what we need and the work that we're doing and prioritizing. And it has actually been a bipartisan effort. And we're seeing these in both red and blue states. So Virginia has been investing in DEI public policy and reform and really creating a DEI infrastructure. And as a result, one, the best state for which to do business again, in part, not completely, but in part because of our diversity infrastructure. There was a new metric, CNBC added a new metric, and it was all about diversity and inclusion. So in the chat box, I'd like to go ahead and put, if you don't mind, I will put a link in the chat box to the One Virginia plan. And the reason I'm doing that is because I really want us to get away from thinking about diversity and inclusion as some type of transactional relationship, right? It's like, well, let's give you a remedy for all the harm we've done. But instead, how do we change the systems and structures in state government that have been marginalizing underrepresented groups? We have to build culture change. And so diversity and inclusion is really meant to be proactive as opposed to reactive so that we can prevent and change the status quo. So I would love for you to download the One Virginia plan when you get a chance. I don't want this to be a sit and get. I really want this to be you walk away with tangible tools and evidence of the work we're doing. We are rolling up our sleeves, our heads are down, and we are getting in there and working with state agencies to build diversity and inclusion and not just wait for someone else to do it. We're the first state to do such a thing. This toolkit that you will see at this website is free and available for all of our state agencies, all of our local governments, nonprofits, K-12 schools, higher ed. It's built on the inclusive excellence framework. And I got to tell you, there's so many people who want to sign on to this work, who don't have to sign on to this work, including state agencies that aren't required to do this work under the Virginia Code and House Bill 1993 created. So please do download it, take a look at it. Also give us feedback. Reach out to my office and say, I'd really love to see this. I love that you have this in there. Were you aware of this resource? And this is a living, breathing document that it is our goal that moves into generation after generation of building diversity-led innovation in our state agencies and beyond. What hinders progress in an honest examination of how our state agencies, our systems have developed throughout our shared history are the divisive, hurt, and misinformed people who are not willing to be vulnerable about these histories, right? So you see a lot on the news recently, now that these kind of conversations are now being weaponized against those who are really trying to do the work. You see the stuff coming out and you're thinking, wait, why is this all of a sudden an issue, right? We've been living with de facto and de jure discrimination since the dawn of time, but why is it now that we can't talk about it? Why has it been a pervasive issue not to talk about it? And I think 2020, there was a tipping point where now we are in this new contemporary civil rights movement. And I think that those who would prefer us to return to ignoring white supremacy in plain sight are afraid that so many of us are getting more and more comfortable talking about these issues and then doing something about it. It is those people who view DE&I as some kind of transactional activity, or those who perpetuate a false narrative that American slavery never really existed or it wasn't as bad. Or they say it's happened all over our globe. It was actually Africans selling other Africans into the American slave trade, which in part is true, but that's a little bit of a twisted, narrative. And so we want to dig into the truth. it's also about how we have to think about that false narrative and equip people with the information that, hey, wait a minute, let's talk about the truth. And in my role as the Commonwealth's Chief Diversity Officer, this reality was glaringly clear during the COVID-19 pandemic. And in our response to COVID, the governor created the Health Equity Working Group and Leadership Task Force. And this team, for which I had the great honor to lead, worked tirelessly as part of the COVID-19 Unified Command to thread equity in our response and recovery efforts. It actually has become an exemplar for other states, and my team just received the highest honor in the state of Virginia, the Governor's Award. But in the same way, COVID-19 was declared a public health crisis that disparately impacted underrepresented communities, many groups in Virginia advocated in May 2020 for a statewide declaration that racism was a public health crisis and an urgent emergency. And one of those groups you just heard from, Daquan Love, the NAACP, was right at the top of the list, saying we need to understand that racism has killed far more people of color than COVID-19 ever will over the last 402 years, and actually is the larger public health crisis. So in addition to our equitable response to COVID-19, the Health Equity Working Group joined with members even in this organization, other organizations, NAACP, the Virginia Legislative Black Caucus, the Virginia, so many Virginia groups. I hate to start naming them because I'm going to forget one, but so many diverse groups came together and said, we have to declare racism the larger public health crisis. And we did, with the leadership of Delegate LaSharice Aird, and the Commonwealth passed House Joint Resolution 537. And I'll try to put a link in the chat so that you get that. It not only declared racism a public health crisis, it did it using social determinants of health as indicators of where racism actually is manifested. And that's new and unique because, as you know, social determinants of health is just another fancier way of saying racism. So in reaction to this declaration that racism is a public health crisis that prevents access, equitable access to certain things that many of us take for granted, such as voting and environmental health and health care, education, employment, we created a historic mechanism that makes inequity, visible and less nebulous across social determinants of health. Because as you know, racism at one point was de facto de jure, it was accepted, it was legal, and it was very explicit. Well, now it's not Jim Crow, it's more like James Crow Esquire or Jim Crow 2. And so we have to make this less nebulous because racism and sexism and all the other forms of oppression that racism makes possible actually has become so normalized, it's hard to kind of find it or point it out. Or if you do point it out, it's somehow weaponized against the person pointing it out. So these mechanisms, as a result of House Joint Resolution 537, while only a start, are two health equity dashboards commensurate with the social determinants of health that are listed in House Joint Resolution 537, right? And so in the chat box, I'm going to put the two links to the dashboards because I really want you all to take a look at these dashboards. This is probably the second most important thing I really want to share with you all, because we don't want these dashboards to go away. For the first time, what we're saying is, in a dispassionate way, we are using data because we're no longer in an argument that racism exists. We are literally showing it to you. The first dashboard is called Equity in Action Dashboard, and it celebrates in a transparent way the resources we've allocated across the COVID-19 response. Many states, in fact, we're the only state that do this, we're showing you where our money is going. As we get COVID care monies or the American Rescue Plan Fund, we're showing you where that money is going in a transparent way. You can track where it's going across these social determinants of health, because we know the disparate impact that COVID has had on so many. And we're making updates to these dashboards. So it's really exciting time. But the Equity at a Glance dashboard is a call to action for our state and local policymakers to examine the equity gaps that exist and direct and invest American Rescue Plan resources and solutions to where those gaps are across those same social determinants of health. And when you get a chance, we really hope you take a look at those dashboards. And it's really exciting because they synthesize not only at the state level, for example, income and poverty. There's a lot of talk about how we've begun to erase poverty because of the American Rescue Plan funds and the child tax credit. But there's still pervasive poverty and income inequality in Virginia. I can now show you, you can go to the Equity at a Glance resource dashboard and look up where you live. And I challenge you to do that. I challenge you to look at where we stand as a state across other states with income and poverty. And then I challenge you to look at where you live and take a look across and compare your city, state, or county to others. And it does synthesize across 133 localities in Virginia and by race and ethnicity. So we're hoping that champions like you, equity champions, begin to see the value that these dashboards are a synthesis of the social determinants of health, which have and will galvanize the production of meaningful equity policies in Virginia, in your local area. Again, this is a way, a tangible way to hold our policymakers accountable. I've heard a lot about let's hold our policymakers accountable. Well, you now have a brand new tool for which to do that, to make inequity visible, which could guide us towards the structural health equity for all that we want and that we're all trying to seek. So as I said it before, and I'll say it again, structural discrimination and inequity operationalizes and justifies the forms of oppression that we interact with daily. So the Virginia Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is driven by the premise we have to accept that our systems are not broken. They are operating in the exact way they were intended to function, inequitably. So as we think about that, what are we going to do about it? How are we going to hold our policymakers accountable? Understanding the complicated and nuanced implications that politics brings to this work. DE&I is a relatively new field, and it's never really intersected in government and politics before as it is now. This is a new day for this field. And if we're going to leverage the power of the DE&I field, we've got to understand how to negotiate these very complicated and nuanced spaces, because structural inequity exists in all of our systems: government, politics, law enforcement, healthcare, criminal justice, education, banking, and housing, and so on and so forth. But addressing these inequities and speaking about discrimination doesn't make you divisive or a racist. Pretending that these disparities don't exist, pretending that it's not relevant to the civil discourse or the national discourse, state discourse, local discourse we're all having, that's actually the divisive and cruel part. So we have to understand that racism and the system of slavery that was created based on the legalized racism that we had make all other forms of oppression possible. So I really urge us not to get into discrimination Olympics, where I compare my form of oppression with your form of oppression, right? Whether it's the exclusion of people with disabilities, the LGBTQ+ community, or the Asian community, the African-American community, the Native American community, the AAPI community, all marginalized or underrepresented groups experience a level of oppression because structural racism was created to make most individuals in communities feel inferior and select individuals feel superior. So what's the call to action for the days ahead? What do we do, right? In the next few months, in the next few years, short-term, long-term goals. Okay, so we've got to face our history and tell a more complete and complex story of our communities and nations. We've said that it's a talking point, but we have to vote right? And we have to vote for leaders that will advance this work. I love that Daquan said there's no perfect politician. I'm gonna just extend that there's no perfect person. But if we're gonna truly restore and heal our land in a nonpartisan way, let's do that together, understanding that there are no perfect people. We've all fallen short. We've all made mistakes, and we have all contributed to the racist structures and systems in our society or benefited from them. We all have a sense of privilege, some more than others, and we all exist on a continuum. What are you going to do with your influence? What are you going to do with your power? What can you do to advance this work? So let's recap. In Virginia, we've codified the position of Chief Diversity Officer. We've created an initial ODEI and statewide DEI strategic plan called the One Virginia Plan for all state agencies, declared racism a public health crisis, dispassionately used data to measure the persistence of racism across those social determinants of health I just mentioned to you, but we've done other things like expand voting rights, right? We should be getting national attention for the Voting Rights Act that we passed here in Virginia. As we think about and look at those who are taking away rights, we are increasing rights here. We're protecting rights. We've also codified the Equity Leadership Task Force for all future emergency declarations because we don't want communities of color and disenfranchised communities to continue to suffer. We want to learn from the mistakes that COVID has shown us so that we can build resilience in these communities. There will be another pandemic. There will be another hurricane that hits us, a tropical storm. And then we passed so much historic equity-minded legislation across all of our secretariats, too much to name. So what comes next? I'm going to say it. I'm going to join you, Daquan. Moving forward, we must hold our policymakers, decision makers, local, state, and national leaders accountable. And I mean all of them for this very important structural work. A lot of people have told us over the years, wait, we can't do that. That's too hard. Well, we have seen and been able to glean that it's not hard if you have the political will. I remember hearing just 5 years ago, you can't give every kid a laptop. Well, we've seen that was a lie. We've seen what emergencies and crises can do and push us in the right direction. But the problem is when we get comfortable and we return to a sense of normalcy, we feel a less urgency to do the work. I mean, the hard work, not the status quo work, the hard work. So don't lose that passion. Don't lose that vigor that 2020 put us in. Because we don't want to, we don't want these hashtag diversity wins to go away or be diminished. And I often say you can't change what you don't measure, and you can't measure that which you don't acknowledge. So let's keep making inequity visible so that it can be seen and addressed. In the days and weeks and months ahead, we must strengthen the One Virginia mission and vision, both individually and collectively across communities and state lines. Currently, my team is working with the National Governors Association. We're talking to one who wants to talk with us so that we can begin build sustainability for this work. But we also must manage our expectations. This is not something that's going to change immediately. And lastly, individually, we have to break out of our silos, reject our egos, and roll up our sleeves to get to work. But collectively, we have to continue to acknowledge that inequity has been so normalized that it's endemic. It's not something that lives in some abstract other place. And I often try to tell people, whether I work with you on a daily basis and you're just down the hall from my office, or you're in my neighborhood, inequity and structural racism lives beyond the confines of our life. It's not somewhere else. It resides in this organization, on your team, maybe even next door to you. It's in our neighborhoods and grocery stores, schools, all of our systems, companies, and public policies. And if that statement makes you uncomfortable to the point where you're like, no, I don't call me a racist. I'm not here calling anyone a racist. What I'm saying is I have begun to take responsibility for how I've contributed to the systems, but I also every day fight against that system and try to make sure that we're building equity in that system. So we have to stop imagining DEI as some ambiguous moral imperative, and instead think about DEI as tangible practices and policies that can inform and reform our daily operations to lead all of us to health equity for all, and really expand what health equity means and stop keeping it in a box thinking that it's just access to a doctor. It's access to all those social determinants of health, like clean and safe, consistent housing and food and education, employment, not underemployment, thinking about income and poverty issues. It's about thinking about environmental justice. We're doing the work in Virginia, and we have a lot more work to do. And I hope that you continue to join in and support the One Virginia mission, support and talk about the equity dashboards and use them as tangible tools to hold our policymakers accountable. Let's go out there and get in good trouble. Are you with me? I'll take some questions now and happy to turn it back over to you, Deb.
Dr. Underwood, thank you so much. I think to stick on schedule, we don't have time for questions, but I appreciate your willingness to field those. And really, thank you so much for your leadership and for having the difficult conversations and using those to help shape the direction we should go into. So thank you again so very much for your work.
Absolutely. I put a link in the chat. If anyone wants to email me, you can email me at deidirector@governor.virginia.gov if anyone has questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, I would like to introduce Kit Murphy, a member of our Charlottesville League who has been leading our justice issue group.
Well, thank you, Dr. Underwood, for not just a call to action, but really into deeper thought about what's going on every day around us. And I am really honored this morning to introduce three people who are very involved in the change our system needs, and particularly Dr. Dorothy Tompkins, because she's one of those remarkable individuals who sees a problem and then actually does something about it. And what she has done is pretty phenomenal here in Charlottesville. It's a model that I would love to see replicated all over our state. She's cleared a path that others can follow, and she's underscored the absolute need for community alternatives to incarceration. And today you're going to hear the story of how Dr. Thompson not only saw a problem, recognized a problem, but she's done something about that problem. And it's an incredible program. It's an innovative program, and it's a program that we're all getting a chance to look into and to hear directly from some individuals who have really soared as a result of her program and their persistence to change the direction of their lives. So I'm very pleased to turn this over to Dr. Tompkins.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for allowing us to talk about George's Friends in George's House, which we are very proud of. And I'm flanked here by two women who've been at George's House and have worked very hard on making their lives successful. A little bit of background about George's Friends in George's House. Georgia was the name of a woman who was very talented, lovely person. Everybody loved her. But she had a problem with drinking, and she could not stop drinking. She would go to outpatient treatment programs, and despite all of her best attempts, she kept being incarcerated for nonviolent offenses, mostly being drunk in public. And she, at one point, she said that if I'm locked up again for being drunk in public, I'm going to commit suicide. And that's what happened. It was a tragedy. She committed suicide in jail. And those of us who knew her, we called ourselves George's Friends, thought that if there had been a safe place for her to just really concentrate on working on her recovery, that is a recovery house or a sober living house, as some people call them. If she'd had an opportunity to go to a recovery house, that perhaps this tragedy would not have occurred. And the more we looked around, the more we realized the need for something like this. I was doing some volunteer work in the jail, and I realized that women were cycling through the local jail, not for violent offenses, but sometimes just probation violation. But their major problem was addiction, either to alcohol or drugs or both. And they were returning from, every time they got out of jail, they returned to the same environment from which they had come before. And so it was a very unfortunate cycle. And we realized that if they, when they left jail, if they could go to a recovery house, which would support their recovery and help them just work on their basic needs, that maybe we could break this cycle. And I also saw in this kind of thing in the field that I was working in. Women would come to outpatient treatment, but their basic home structure was not changed. They would go back to living with an addict who was abusive, for example, and they would essentially not be able to work their own recovery program. So we did a lot of research on successful programs. And drew up our own bylaws, of course, and things like that, but our own rules for the house. And I'm going to let you all see a video at this point about George's house.
This wasn't supposed to be.
You need to keep talking.
Yeah.
George's house, we realized that we needed to have a house that gave a good deal of structure to people's lives and not just a place for them to live. So we have been very fortunate that we have been able to secure an attractive place for women to live. And we've been extremely fortunate in the staff that we've been able to have help run this house. The house.
Hello, and thank you for your interest in George's Friends. I'm really happy to welcome you to George's house, to introduce you to the women who are in our program, and to hear their stories about their remarkable journeys of recovery from drug and alcohol addiction. We benefit from donations and contributions of so many supporters throughout the community. So come, join us for this virtual tour. I'm also happy to introduce you to George's Cottage. We have wonderful meetings here, workshops and classes that are not only available to women in the house, but are open to our alumni and others in the community. I'm so happy to introduce you to our beautiful grounds where the women can enjoy time outside. We have raised beds, wonderful spaces to sit outside.
When I came to George's house, I was lost. Working on getting my kid back, getting my life straight, my license. They offered a parenting class here. I completed that. So I took that to court with me today. I have multiple certificates. I finished 16 weeks of IOP, which was 16 weeks of intensive outpatient therapy. But I completed that, even being on Zoom. Although it was a struggle, I didn't want to do any of it. But now that I look back on it, I'm glad that I had somebody to push me. I wouldn't have got that where I lived. They have been a real support system for me. I can go to staff about anything. I've made some great friends along. It's helped me keep my sobriety. It's gave me tools for when I leave here. It's just a good place overall. It's great. It's been really good. It's a beautiful house, great staff, great ladies.
My life has changed because of this place a whole lot. And they get up in programs, they do stuff with us, like, and we eat good. Oh my God, I gained so much weight. Like I gained about 20 pounds. Like it's not a good thing, but I'm happy. I'm happy again for my mom. It's been a long time since I've been happy. Not lazy anymore. I want to work. I want to do stuff, and they push you to do this. Like it gets hard sometimes, but like, everybody loves me now. Like I feel like I'm loved, and I'm loved here. I can't do this. I'm sorry.
You know, coming from my home in which I'm leaving a relationship that wasn't healthy for me, and it took me a while to become healthy enough to make that decision. I've been trying for several years to get sober, and you know, this has been going really well, just allowing me to focus on myself and become a better person in my recovery. The women in the house have offered a great deal of support, and it's nice to live with people who have gone through similar things. We can just sit down and talk. Last week we had a program on mindful meditation. We had a program on art therapy. We had a program on relationships and what are some components of healthy relationships. And the program itself, it's really good. You know, it provides drug testing, which is great. Like I know, you know, I'm gonna be checked up on. It just offers another level of security to keep me sober.
George's House is a safe haven for all of our residents.
A number of us who were in the treatment field for addiction realized that there was no recovery home for women in the area. A very wonderful lady named Georgia committed suicide in jail after numerous arrests for being drunk in public. We felt that if she had a supportive recovery house, that perhaps her death would not have occurred. Recovery from addiction is harder than medical school. It requires 24 hours a day of work in order to make the changes in life that people need to make. And we've been able to help these women with that kind of support.
I've had to lose just, you know, a lot of components in my life and just rebuild from scratch. And this was a great place to come to do that.
So on the video, you've heard from two people who are sitting here beside me, and they're going to offer some more perspective on what it was like at George's house now that they've moved on and they're out in the community and employed and back with their families and so forth. And one of the other things that I would like to just to mention is that as time has gone on, the importance of having sober living houses to continue people's recovery after they get treatment is becoming better understood. And there's more emphasis now on the quality and the necessity for recovery houses. There's an association called the National Affiliation of Recovery Residences, and Virginia is one of the first states to have their own affiliate. It's called the Virginia Association of Recovery Residences. And this service or organization can help with coordination with other services as well as with the criminal justice system. And I think it's very important that we have this affiliation because it ensures that recovery residences are keep to a certain standard. And I'm proud to say that George's House is the only recovery house in this area that is an affiliate with is a member of the Virginia Association of Recovery Residences. I'm going to let Christie go ahead and talk and expand on her experiences.
Hi, I'm Christie, and I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I lived at George's House from January 2020 until just this beginning of August. So I was there 18 months, excuse me. And my recovery journey that led up to me getting into George's House was pretty rocky and full of relapses, and I couldn't get sober and stay sober. I reached the point in my life where my life just completely fell apart. I was suicidal and I was pretty much drinking to die. I just felt like my life was just meaningless and too complicated and too stressful, and I just couldn't do it anymore. And in the process of recovery, I lost my job as a successful professional. When I tried inpatient rehab, I tried outpatient rehab. I was really involved in 12-step groups, and I was doing the work that I was told to, encouraged to do. I went to counseling. I just did so much, and I felt like there was still more that was holding me back from my recovery. And one night I'd been drinking, and I called my priest at the time. I was just desperate, and I just felt like I couldn't live again. I just couldn't live this life. And I used the words, I feel trapped. I feel trapped in my life. And at that point, I realized that I needed to leave my home. I needed to leave being the responsibilities of being a mother. I needed to leave my marriage in order to move forward in my recovery. But I didn't have anywhere to go. I know at the end of inpatient rehab, it was suggested that I go to a sober living home, and it just wasn't available at the time. So that's when I went back home and I said, I'll give this a try, and it just wasn't successful. And it just led me to a really dark place once again. So I contacted George's House again, and I was able to get in, and it helped me realize, like, being away from my family and my husband, that I did need to leave my marriage. And so it was a really difficult time. Even though I was sober, my life just still kept falling apart. I had to change jobs. I was in a financial crisis. And leaving a marriage is really difficult. But being in George's House just helped me focus on recovery and myself, as I was talking about in the video. And it offered so much support to be there. It was a safe place, a place where I could come home and relax and just be with other women in recovery. And the people there were what was important as well. Just having other women going through what I was going through was essential. Their stories helped me in so many ways. It helped me realize that of places I could go, if my disease took me there. In the programs they offered at George's House, as we talked about in the video, the support staff, we could always go to staff and Dorothy with anything that was going on with us. They connected us to resources in the community to give us help. And also a lot of us had help getting back into the community. So at this point, I'm back. I'm renting an apartment. I was able to be back with my daughter, who ended up having to go live with another family while I was at George's House. my dad died when I was at George's house, but I was surrounded by all this support. So, so it helped me, you know, I've been sober for almost 2 years now, just with the help of George's house and the programs and support that I received there. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Darnella. When I got to George's, I thought I was at the end of everything, life, everything, but because of George's, like, I made it through, and I'm glad that it came, you know, it was a blessing to me to be able to go there. And like she said, the women, like, we all being together, going through what we went through, it was awesome. Like, it wasn't a struggle like I thought, you know, I thought I was going to use again, but because of George's house and the staff and everybody, and especially you, Dorothy, I love you. Because of them, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm here and I'm doing very good. My family supports me now. I love my friends, my new friends I made. Love you too, Christie. And because of George's, I really think that I'm going to be okay. I really think I'm going to be okay in life. And I appreciate them. I'm sorry. I get teary-eyed every time because it's like, you're doing great. You're doing great. This place, I'm telling you, it's like, it's a blessing. And I'm just glad I made it through. October 24th, I'll be clean 2 years. And I don't even think about using no more. Like, it's like, I'm not going that way no more because of George's. So, thank you for letting me share.
George's saved my life.
Yes.
So I'm eternally grateful.
These women and the other women at George's house have worked really hard on their recovery. Recovery is not easy. I mean, I'm in recovery myself, and that's why I made the comment about recovery is harder work than medical school. Nobody chooses to be an addict, and addiction has been recognized as a disease for a long time, officially since I think about 1950. However, we continue to treat addiction as if it's a crime itself, rather than a disease. The behaviors that result from addiction, of course, can be criminal behavior. A lot of it is not. It doesn't actually meet the criteria for being a crime. However, it's extremely disruptive to society. One of the things that we had recognized actually before George's house was opened was that sometimes people end up back in jail for parole violations that are not new crimes and they're not violence against anybody, but they were simply parole violations. And one of the things that we had recommended was that the system can look at sober living houses, and specifically George's house, as an alternative to being locked up again, to returning from incarceration. One of the women on the video, who's not present here today, was commenting about how living at George's house has changed her life, and she continues to thrive. It is, I think, very significant that she was released from jail with a stipulation that she go to George's house. And she said she didn't really want to go at first, but she's now actually an employee, which says a lot about how far she's come in her recovery. So we're proposing that sober living houses be, if they're running the way they should, with support to the people, men and women, who are living there, but also they must adhere to the rules and remain clean and sober and be responsible citizens. But that recovery houses or sober living houses be an alternative to incarceration for nonviolent offenses, and especially if they don't harm somebody else. Because again, I want to make a plug for the fact that addiction itself is not a crime. And using substances to change how we feel is what leads to an addiction, but using something to change how we feel is a normal human response. For some of us who chose to use alcohol or other things, our solution became a problem. But it doesn't mean that we're criminals. As we all know, the United States has an inordinate percentage of its population incarcerated, and incarceration is not the equivalent of rehabilitation. I would like to just expand a little bit on what we're talking about when we talk about the program at George's House. Women who come in, we interview them to assess what their needs are and what their problems that might interfere with their recovery, and try to address these problems. Staff meets with them regularly to assess what their goals are and how they're progressing towards these goals. We have some pretty standard rules, which include things like not using. We do drug testing, and there no violence is allowed in the house. People are not allowed to steal and so forth. But these rules are rules that help people learn how to live together. Recovery is a big part of recovery is learning how to live and how to actually enjoy living. Dee said something about being happy. I remember thinking at one point in my life that I was never going to be happy again. And in my own recovery, I've experienced ups and downs a lot, but like Dee, using at this point, never occurs to me because of a successful recovery program. But recovery takes time, and that's what George's House gives women a chance to do, is to spend, to backtrack, we ask when women come that they commit to staying at least 6 months, because we know that for somebody to really get started on a good recovery program, they need to usually really focus on their own recovery for at least 6 months, but they can stay up to 2 years. If they need to, but of course most people want to get back with their families and get back with whatever profession or career they're interested in, and we help people to work towards those goals also. We work closely with other groups that help hire people, help people find jobs. We help people with resources as far as housing. It's we'll aside on that, one of the chief determinants in preventing people from being locked up again is having good housing, whether they're an addict or not. But we not only do the women have housing while they're at George's House, but we try to help them find suitable housing when they leave, if that's a problem. And housing, of course, is going to continue to be a major problem everywhere in the U.S. So at this point, questions? Yeah, do we have any questions? Because I think we have a minute or two. Can you read the chat box? Patty's looking at the questions on the chat box. We do have a process. I'll just say that while we're waiting to see that questions. We do have a process for selecting women who are admitted to the house. That we need to make sure that the women are committed to their recovery, because one thing that is extremely important in a recovery house is that everyone there is serious about their recovery, and they're not sidetracked by people playing games and trying to get around the system. So one of the first things we do when we interview people is to make sure that as well as we can, that they're serious about their recovery. And they are held to certain standards. And the great thing about a recovery house is that the women themselves hold each other to standards. If someone is living in a recovery house, it's functioning well, they're able to confront other people about behavior that's not appropriate or not acceptable. And if that person who is exhibiting that behavior is really serious about their recovery, they will listen and they will work on that. Because like I said, it's about learning how to live.
Thank you so much to the people in George's house and for the program and the hope that you have provided people with substance abuse problems to be able to reintegrate and get their lives back. Next, we have Karen Calais, who will introduce our next group.
Thank you. And I'd like to also add my thanks to the people at George's house. That is so forward-thinking and so valuable. And in a way, it links right in with what we're about to talk about next. And that's the crisis calls that go into 911. I'm very pleased to be introducing two people who are in the midst of planning how to make the important and newly mandated Marcus Alert system actually play out in their region. They are both very experienced in responding to calls from people in crisis, some of whom may end up in the hospital or jail, and of course with records. To introduce our scenario, we'll hear first from Kari Norris, who is the Emergency Services Coordinator for the Rappahannock Area Community Services Board. And representing law enforcement is Lieutenant Christopher Neuhard, an Assistant Commander with the Stafford County Sheriff's Office. Let's listen.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Karen, for the introduction. Like she said, my name's Kari Norris. I'm the Emergency Services Coordinator with the Rappahannock Area Community Services Board, and we are happy to be here today. And I have Lieutenant Neuhard, my counterpart, who's going to be running the slides for us. So we will get started. We will sort out technology and get started.
Give me 1 second. I was trying to unmute myself so I could talk here. This is my first time playing with screen share. There we go. Almost. Excellent.
You're up and we can see it, so you're good to go.
And I think you're going to back up to
There we go. Now I'm good.
All right. Okay. So we're going to run through, like Karen indicated, a hypothetical, which, 911 call that may be received as far as a behavioral health crisis. We're going to outline the call, and then we're going to each share our perspectives on how we approach those calls currently in the behavioral health system from the law enforcement side and from the mental health side. And then at the end, we'll kind of wrap up with some future initiatives and directions that things are going. So to get started, a 911 call center receives a call early in the evening hours from a woman who is saying her adult son has been drinking just a little bit, but has begun fighting with imaginary demons in the home. The woman quickly becomes exasperated with the 911 call taker because she feels she is in immediate danger based on the son's behavior, and the dispatcher is asking a lot of questions. Through further questioning, though, the 911 call taker has now learned that the son is in his mid-20s, has made threats previously, potentially to harming others even when not drinking, and is currently brandishing a kitchen knife. So I'm going to hand it off to Lieutenant Neuhard because law enforcement will now be the first on the scene.
So one of the first questions I was asked to address is how realistic is this scenario? So I'll tell you, first of all, this is not a hypothetical to me. I responded to a nearly identical incident in December of 2014, just after 1 o'clock in the morning. In my case, the incident involved an intoxicated Marine. He had mental illness issues stemming from his service and had a mental health crisis at a dinner party. He was armed with a knife and charging at people. And it was a pretty serious situation, but we'll come back to that as we go through the presentation and talk through that. My only other comments I'd have in terms of the realism of this scenario is that we have pretty good information here. And what I mean by that is we know a lot of details about this scene already, which isn't always the case. Sometimes our dispatchers simply get screaming on the phone, and that's all we know when we're responding. So I want to talk a little bit about law enforcement's priorities, because there's some very basic priorities that every law enforcement agency is trying to carry out with any response they have. And right at the top of that, our number one goal is always to prevent the loss of life and protect life. We also, beyond that, a second tier priority is protecting property. And we're just kind of working our way down the tiers here, obtaining and protecting evidence, not only to support a criminal prosecution if that's necessary, but also to support another outcome, like, for example, emergency custody, which is when we take somebody into our custody to go see a mental health provider to assess whether they are in need of further treatment or hospitalization. That requires us to meet a probable cause standard because we are taking away that person's rights. So there's a Fourth Amendment interest that we need to make sure we protect and document to make sure we're doing the right things. And finally, one of the last things we're always trying to do is refer individuals to resources, especially if there's not a law enforcement solution. There are a wide variety of community resources that we have access to, ranging from domestic violence survivor support groups, substance abuse groups. So if there's not something that we can do as law enforcement officers, there's somebody else we can send folks to help them. Because one thing we don't ever want to do is tell people there's nothing we can do for you. So what information would law enforcement be trying to gather, and what actions would we take? So I want to start off generally by talking about in-progress incidents, especially those involving weapons. In general, these are dangerous, unpredictable, and dynamic incidents for us. While we know that most people suffering from mental illness are nonviolent and accepting of assistance, these are not generally the calls that are coming into 911. These are the incidents where everything else has failed. In these types of incidents, our responders are being asked to make split-second decisions under stress with imperfect information. And we know the stakes are literally life and death. If we make the wrong calls, we know someone's son, daughter, or friend isn't going home, and that potentially includes us too. Each of these situations is unique and is driven by the decisions of the individual suffering in crisis and also those around them, as well as our decision making. All of these actions are coming together and they are driving our response and pushing us to different decision points where we have to decide how we're going to respond to the different actions we're seeing and different information we're getting. And I want to emphasize that, as always, our overarching goal is to protect life, including the individual who is the subject of the response. The only other caveat I think it's important to talk about is that I'm personally blessed to work for an agency that's a medium-sized law enforcement agency. And what that means is I have over 200 officers. And because of that, I have access to certain resources and certain capabilities. For example, being able to send multiple officers to a call. That's not true across the Commonwealth of Virginia, especially in some of the rural jurisdictions. You may only have a single sheriff deputy working who may have backup from a state trooper. So when we start getting to the actions I would take, I just want everybody to bear in mind that that is based on my agency's size and capabilities and what we can bring to bear. So information and actions, what would I want to know as a law enforcement officer? So the first thing I'd want to know is what the person looks like who's suffering from this crisis and who is armed. I'd want the dispatcher to find out specifically what happened to help us establish what's called a valid court transaction. Basically what that is what is our legal and constitutional purpose for being present? Because one of the things that we're always forced to consider is what is the state interest and what is the liability of us getting involved? Some of the things that a lot of people don't realize is that recent court decisions have said that there is not a significant state interest in preventing an individual from harming themselves in their own home. And that really puts us in a tough place when we talk about interventions. So it's a very complicated legal environment that we have to assess very quickly when we're responding to these things. I'd also want to know about the individual's mental health history and substance use, specifically that day, because that's going to kind of inform me what is the state of mind of this individual and how are they going to potentially be responding to law enforcement or able to respond to what we're asking. In terms of resources, there are a couple of things that I as a supervisor would want to be en route. The first is crisis intervention team trained officers. These are officers who have completed a 40-hour course that deals with communication skills and provides officers with more information about mental illness, how to recognize it, and how to deal with people successfully to reach favorable outcomes. My office has been fortunate enough to be involved in this program for a decade, and by policy require no less than 25% of our officers who are in our field operations division, which is the one that responds to 911 calls for service, to be certified in this. And we currently exceed that. We're sitting right around 35 to 40%, and we're currently working towards a goal of certifying 50% of our officers in this training. The other thing I'd be looking at would making sure supervisors responding. One, to direct the multiple units that we're going to send to this type of call, but also to bring the most experienced officers we can to this and judgment to it. You can train people all day long, but there's some things that experience it has to be experienced, and you can't replace people that have time and have successfully resolved these scenarios. The other thing I'd be looking at is deploying less lethal tools due to the presence of a weapon. So all of our officers in my jurisdiction are fortunate to be equipped with tasers. We also have a variety of less lethal projectile launchers, which would give us more options to deal with a person, especially armed with an edge weapon, prior to resorting to deadly force, which of course is not a desirable outcome for anybody involved with this and something we hope to avoid. The last thing I would request of the family, and the last piece of information that I'd ask for, is to ask my dispatcher to request family members exit the home, or if they are unable, lock themselves in a room separate from the subject. Because this is going to bring about my first decision point. So what I'm trying to do in any scenario like this is create space and time that allows me to engage a subject, preferably from a distance, to reach a negotiated settlement that doesn't involve force. So if I'm fortunate enough to get the family to exit or secure themselves, I've created that time and space. I'm able to then contain that area, protecting the community, because again, one of my priorities was protecting life. And I'd be looking to establish a team to make contact with the individual if he came out unexpectedly, with the right tools in place. If I was able to get the family out, I'd want to confirm information about what happened, again, working towards that valid court transaction, our constitutional purpose for being there. And then I try to contact the person by phone who's suffering from the crisis. Because they're armed, it's not preferable for me to put ourselves in a life-threatening situation and generate that. So if I can talk to them on the phone and hopefully talk them out to us, which is the goal, that'd be ideal. If they're not answering the phone, certainly trying the PA, anything that helps me keep my distance to try to get them to exit to us. And then based on all the information I got, I'd start to make some decisions about additional resources in terms of negotiators, and all the different tools we can bring to these situations. Now, the other side of this decision point is, let's say that the family is either unable to separate or unwilling, which happens. That changes my scenario because I have a responsibility to protect life, in this case, the families. So prompt entry would be required on the part of my officers. In my jurisdiction, my goal would be to have at least 2 deputies together make contact, one equipped with a less lethal option, again, trying to avoid a deadly force encounter. But that's going to be dependent on response times as well. Generally speaking, if my deputy has more than a 5-minute response time to get back up there, that officer is going to have to make solo entry. And going back to my 2014 incident, that's what happened to me. I didn't have backup close. There were multiple people inside the residence who were in danger, and I was forced to make a solo entry. And then once we did make entry, what we'd be looking to do with the family is evacuate them, again, create that space and time so that we can engage in a verbal dialogue with the individual. Of note, regardless of what the situation is with the family, our resolution is going to be dependent on the person in crisis. We will always try to create the conditions for success, but unfortunately that doesn't always happen because folks are in an altered mental state. And even when we try to do everything right, it doesn't fortunately always work out that way. But what we're looking for in terms of an end state here is to get the person in a position where they no longer have access to the weapons, they can't harm people, and we can start making decisions about how to best get them the help they need. So once we stabilize the scene, in other words, when the subject no longer has the knife, today, that's when we would begin to get RACSB involved, first remotely by phone, and then we would meet them at the hospital for assessment. And that's something that the Marcus alert may be changing. And I'll let Kari talk about that when she gets to her portion. So to bring this to a close in terms of my portion, circling back to my situation with the Marine, we were fortunately able, after making entry, to evacuate people, get enough space, and engage him with a dialogue. Took a long time, but we were able to separate him from the knife. And at that point, our verbal dialogue broke down. He actually got ready to pick up a chair and try to hit us with it. And we used the taser to take him into custody. But after that, we were able to transport him to the hospital and get him the mental health care he needed. So beyond that, today, what would happen is once we were able to get that person safely in custody, we contact RACSB and meet them at the hospital, and they would evaluate that person for further treatment. And I'll let Kari pick it up from here because this is really where RACSB kind of comes into play.
Thank you. So as Lieutenant Neuhard outlined, which was very thorough and helpful and always helps us on our end of things. So our role as emergency services, just to give some background, there are 40 CSBs, community services boards across the state of Virginia. The current law and code of Virginia requires that any individual who's brought in under an emergency custody order needs to be medically cleared and seen for an evaluation by an emergency services therapist through one of those community services boards that serve the various counties in Virginia. And that's just something consistently in how all emergency custody orders are evaluated. So upon initiation of the emergency custody order, the law in Virginia also dictates that law enforcement shall call our 24-hour emergency services crisis line to notify the staff that there is an emergency custody order and to let them know what hospital they'll be coming to. So there's been a lot of discussion too as to why individuals are evaluated in hospitals and why they're brought to hospitals for evaluation as part of this process. And that's because a huge component of the emergency custody order is having medical clearance completed. And the reason medical clearance has become really essential that we've learned over time is there are a lot of medical issues that can also present as behavioral health crises. For example, someone with diabetes and a diabetic crisis very much might present as intoxicated with slurred speech, disorientation, things like that. Seniors with urinary tract infections sometimes can experience what we call delirium, which is like psychosis, where they're hearing things, they're delusional, they're seeing things that aren't there, and it's all the result of a UTI that's been untreated versus a mental health emergency. We've even had individuals that we've hospitalized psychiatrically, and then upon further evaluation, it's been determined that they have had, we've had someone that's had a brain bleed, someone that's had a brain tumor, people even with seizure disorders, sometimes pre and post seizures present with a mental health state that's called catatonia, where they're not responsive, but it's not really actually a behavioral health thing. They're actually having like pseudo seizures or small seizures or things like that that aren't as visible to the outside. So medical clearance has become a really essential part of the process. As of the pandemic, one of the pieces of medical clearance includes a negative COVID test. Obviously, when you're sending someone to a psychiatric inpatient unit, it's a locked psychiatric unit where there's people obviously walking around potentially unmasked, things like that. And so if you have a contained space like that and you send someone that could be COVID positive to that environment, certainly that is a very high risk situation. So a negative COVID test is required through any facility for admission. In addition to that, they do basic lab work. So they look at like electrolyte levels, something as simple as that. Your potassium or sodium being off can create mental health symptoms. They do a urine sample again to check for urinary tract infections, but also to look for substance use. Certainly substance use in Virginia on its own is not a reason that you can hospitalize someone against their will. Which obviously leaves a lot of families and friends and loved ones very frustrated when they have someone who's at risk for harm because they're using substances. But unfortunately, if substance use is your primary diagnosis, that's not generally a reason that we have to justify hospitalization based on the law as it stands now. So in addition, once they get to the hospital, They get checked in, obviously they see the physician, and the medical clearance process starts as soon as possible because that can certainly take a few hours. At that point, simultaneously, someone from my staff is going to be presenting to conduct it's a statewide form called a Virginia pre-admission screening. This is a form that is probably updated every few years, and it's consistently used across all of those 40 community services boards for all assessments of individuals under emergency custody orders. It's a way to ensure that people are upholding the law in a consistent manner, and that private hospitals have come to obviously expect this as a part of their admission process, to having this assessment completed to be able to determine where the individual will be best served as far as if their hospital has the capacity to provide them services. So that assessment is a pretty involved process. We try to be as thorough as possible because certainly we're making, our decisions not quite as much life or death as law enforcement, but certainly hospitalizing an individual is a situation that we take very seriously when making that decision. We always start off any assessment by explaining that there's 3 possible outcomes for the pre-screening evaluation that's about to take place. And we like to explain that to people on the front end so they kind of understand why we're there and what are the possible outcomes, so that they realize why we're asking as much as we're asking. The 3 outcomes are, the first one is a release. So we may end up being able to assess the individual, and they may, for whatever reason, be more appropriate for a lesser level of care. Our goal as pre-screeners is not to put people in the hospital. We do not want to hospitalize people. That is our last resort option. Our goal is to find a lesser restrictive alternative where they can be safely maintained in the community or in some kind of treatment program. Essentially, we try and exhaust all those efforts on the front end versus just hospitalizing folks. So if we're able to conduct a safety plan where we might involve other people, trusted adults in that individual's life, and be able to come up with a plan to start them in outpatient, or maybe they're already engaged with a therapist, and so we can just continue to support linking them to that therapist. There's lots of alternatives that we try to explore. We also have a crisis stabilization program in our area, and there are several across the state, which is a sort of a step down from inpatient. It's still an inpatient program where you stay, but it's not the same type of locked psychiatric unit. It's more therapeutically focused. The other option for why we release emergency custody orders is occasionally the client doesn't medically clear. They may have, like I said, a medical issue going on, and therefore they may be medically admitted. But at that point, once that's been determined, we will decide to release the officer so that they can get back out on the road and the individual will be medically admitted. The next option is if we find that this individual meets psychiatric inpatient treatment criteria based on what the law is, then we will recommend on the front end, we'll talk to them about voluntarily admitting themselves to a hospital. So if the person's not able to be maintained at a lesser level, then inpatient's obviously the step that we go to. And in the event that the individual has capacity, meaning they are aware of what they're consenting to and they have a desire to seek that treatment, they will be allowed to sign in voluntarily to a psychiatric hospital that will have to be determined. And again, part of that is capacity. Some clients do not have the capacity to make decisions medically for themselves, and therefore they would not be able to be voluntary and sign in. But generally, if you have capacity, then our pre-screeners have a discussion with that person to say, this is the recommendation I'm making and why I'm making it. And then the individual will then decide if they are willing to seek that treatment. The last option, and this is literally the last option because this is not our first choice, it's our last choice, is a temporary detention order. I've always said I wish they would change the name of that because it sounds, it sounds criminal, obviously. And it sounds very doom and gloom, but unfortunately that's the language we have right now. But a temporary detention order is kind of like what you've seen or heard in like television or movies. It's that like 72-hour, 3-day psychiatric hold. So this is something that we as a pre-screener, if we feel that we're seeking this, we're going to call a magistrate. We're going to provide testimony to the magistrate with a signed petition that says we believe this person meets this criteria and this is why. And then it's issued actually by a magistrate for law enforcement to execute and carry out, because it is a civil document that is required for law enforcement to execute. So in the event, again, that the individual does not have capacity or they're unwilling to take our recommendation for treatment and seek that treatment, then they would meet this criteria set by the state for us to petition for this detention order. At the end of the detention order timeframe, They will have a hearing where there will be a special justice, an attorney appointed by the hospital and state at no cost to the individual, and then the treatment team at the designated psychiatric hospital and a CSB representative will all sit down together. Generally, for our area, we do it on the psychiatric unit itself, and we conduct this hearing to determine if they can go home at that point or if they still need further treatment in the hospital setting. So those are the three possible outcomes just on the front end from when we get started. The actual pre-screen itself, the form and assessment we're completing, again, is definitely a very involved process where we're trying to gain collateral information from law enforcement, in addition to maybe family or friends who have had recent contact, in addition to obviously talking to the client themselves and the individual in front of us. So we try to assess based on the Code of Virginia. It's very clear on saying that as evidenced by any recent attempts or threats to harm oneself or recent attempts or threats to harm another, or a lack of ability to protect oneself from harm or care for self as a result of mental illness, that person would then meet criteria for a potential temporary detention order. So it says recent and it means recent, and that's how we look at it as well, because that word is in there for a reason. So it's hard sometimes if we have a family member or friend who's like, well, 6 months ago, they attempted to harm themselves. Well, that was 6 months ago. You know, we can't testify at that point to a magistrate that this was a recent interaction. So we definitely try to see people who have had recent interactions with the person. And then we also discuss with the client and the individual what's been happening the last few days or weeks leading up to this situation that we're in. What's as simple as a question of what brought you in here today and why are we here? Why are we meeting? What is their mental health history like? We are fortunate that we obviously have a robust electronic health record system, so we can look in our CSB records. If someone's from out of the area, say they're from Arlington, we'll make contact a lot of times with Arlington's Community Services Board and ask them, have you guys had interaction? We don't know this person, tell us more about them. We also have the advantage of if they're at Mary Washington Hospital or Spotsylvania Regional, we're able to obtain hospital records to see if their behavioral health have ever interacted with this individual. And then certainly we can reach out to providers to get additional information. We're going to look at how the individual is acting right now in the moment. How have they been presenting in the hospital? How are they when I'm in the room? How are they when I'm not in the room? We're going to look at their mental status. So are they oriented? So do they know where they are, who they are, what they're doing, and why they're there, and what time of day it is? Are they experiencing any psychosis? So we look to see, does it appear that they're responding to voices in their head potentially, or does it appear that their thoughts are kind of jumbled and tangential versus linear? What's their mood like? Is it up and down? Is it consistent? Is it sad? Is it happy? Is it angry? How are they behaving? Sometimes, their behavior is not always congruent with how they say they feel. They might say they're perfectly fine and then, be like throwing things across the room or crying or reacting differently. So we look at their behavior. We certainly look at substance use. Again, that's not a primary reason to hospitalize someone, but certainly it impacts people and their behavior. So we look at their substance use history as well and their current use. And then risk. A huge part of our assessment is risk. We're trying to figure out what is the actual risk. Is this individual suicidal? Have they made any attempts or threats? Even if they haven't made a direct threat, looking at warning signs, do they have acute and chronic warning signs for suicide that would give us an indication that this person's at risk? We certainly look at, is the individual homicidal? And it's all the same things as suicide, just obviously it's outwardly directed at others. Can the individual care for their basic needs? So for us, we're looking at things like, when have they last slept? How much are they sleeping? When have they last had something to eat? Are they dressed appropriately for the weather? We see this a lot as the winter months come on. We'll see people that are essentially wearing like shorts and nothing else, and it's 30 degrees out and they're walking through downtown Fredericksburg. Obviously that person is not caring for their basic needs and seeking shelter appropriately to stay safe. Certainly people that are walking down the road in general, are they protecting themselves from harm, and are they able to? If someone has delusions that are impacting their behavior to the point that they think they need to jump off a bridge or run in front of a car or things like that, like obviously that person's no longer protecting themselves from harm. Even financially, if the person is excessively spending money due to having a manic state potentially from something like bipolar, that person is putting themselves at risk if they don't have money to be able to maintain their housing, maintain their work, employment, and livelihood. And that still is considered what we call passive harm. So we look at all of those factors and then we figure out if that risk A exists, and B, is there any way to mitigate that risk to keep them safe in the community? And then if not, obviously we're going to look at potentially an inpatient recommendation. Upon determination of the outcome of our assessment, once we've completed our assessment and we say we recommend the person does need to go inpatient, the next biggest barrier and challenge that we face is finding a psychiatric bed. So the good news is for our community, the Fredericksburg area, we actually have 2 private psychiatric hospitals totaling close to almost 100 psychiatric beds in our region. That's phenomenal for us. We're very fortunate in that regard. However, I will say as of recently, I don't know how often you guys keep up with current events, but as of July, there was several state facilities who have closed to admissions. They're slowly reopening, but it's a slow process. Which really created this bottleneck because several years ago in 2016, the law changed to create what we call last resort legislation. As an emergency services worker, I love this law. As a law enforcement officer, I don't know that Lieutenant Neuhard loves it in the same way, but we love it because it gives us a stopgap. So we know no matter what, if a client meets criteria and they're under an emergency custody order for psychiatric treatment, even if every private hospital declines and the 8-hour mark, because it's an 8-hour time frame that we have to do our evaluation, the 8-hour mark is ending, we can get a temporary detention order made out to our state facility. And they are a bed of last resort. They have to pretty much take everyone, which is great for us because now there's never a gap in custody from someone under an emergency custody order going into a temporary detention order. The issue came about when Ortiz, the senator, unfortunately, his son was experiencing psychosis in a mental health emergency. His 8-hour time frame ran out. They had not found a bed. He unfortunately, based on the law, had to be released and couldn't be maintained in custody. That's obviously law enforcement can't detain people beyond that time frame. And he went home and attacked his father and subsequently took his own life. So that's why the last resort legislation was created, to make sure we're not what we call streeting people or sending them out into the community when they're not safe, and we can't do that. So again, it's amazing legislation. However, unfortunately, right now with the state hospitals being on limited admissions, we are having a lot of individuals sitting in emergency rooms. Generally on like this past Monday, I came into work Monday morning, we had 6 individuals under what we call these bed of last resort safety net temporary detention orders to state facilities from the weekend. And they had been, some of them have been there for 2 or 3 days awaiting placement at a hospital. And that's happening across the state pretty consistently right now. And the system's definitely, again, reaching a pretty impactful bottleneck that's getting to be very challenging for us. So, which we could, that's a whole separate series that we could probably do on the state hospital system. But finding a psychiatric bed is the last step of our job and piece of the puzzle to be able to secure a temporary detention order to get this individual in this scenario into treatment. Some future considerations with this case. So the Marcus Alert has obviously been recent legislation that came into effect as of July. As part of the Marcus Alert plan, they have created a triage system for 4 different levels of calls that can come into 911 operating centers. So these different triage levels indicate different levels of risk. A level 1 call is fairly mild and probably maybe even just could be resolved on the phone, whereas a level 4 call is probably what this call would have been, which is like lights, sirens, there's weapons, there's safety issues. We need to get there right now, law enforcement. The goal, though, of the Marcus Alert is to slowly integrate a behavioral health response for each of these 4 different levels of calls. The reason and premise being that if you have a house fire, this is my favorite example, but if you have a house fire and you call 911, I'm sure your hope is not that they are going to send a plumber to your house. I'm sure you want fire and rescue and you want them there fast. So when you're having a behavioral health crisis, the same theory applies, that of course you would want a behavioral health led response with law enforcement coming into the picture to try and resolve these issues. So in this case with this gentleman, it's hard to say. He very well, law enforcement and mental health may have co-responded to this call together for him and been able to assess him in the field, but it's probably likely, given the severity of his symptoms, that he still would have resulted in coming through the same process through the hospital and being brought in to be ultimately placed psychiatrically. But there are a lot of calls out there that the hope will be, as the system builds up, that can be resolved in the field and don't involve law enforcement having to bring mental health folks to the hospital who maybe don't necessarily need to be treated at that level, and that we can kind of divert some of those to lesser restrictive options in the field together with law enforcement, instead of it always resulting in having to bring them to the hospital, because that's what law enforcement is bound to do if they see certain criteria present. We just have more tools in our tool belt, so it gives us a little bit more of an advantage when we're able to respond with law enforcement, which sort of goes into our next slide.
So one thing we wanted to make sure we did today was talk about kind of some of the challenges with implementing the Marcus Alert legislation. So the first thing I think that's important to discuss is the scope of the legislation and the fact that it is solely focused on crisis response and does nothing to bolster either prevention services or treatment post-crisis. And this is really important to us. So currently, the state hospital system is overwhelmed. As of this past weekend, 30 of the 31 private hospitals, mental health hospitals in the state, were completely full, not taking patients. And the wait list to get into the state hospital system had 70 people on it that are sitting in the ER under these so-called safety net TDOs. And to put this in context, what that actually means is, in theory, and fairly often, well, I shouldn't say fairly often, that's an unfair characterization, but when we have a safety net TDO, you're sitting there for the 8 hours emergency custody plus 72 hours for a total of 80 hours handcuffed to a hospital bed in the ER, which is in no way good for the patient. Law enforcement is one-on-one security with them, so each of those patients is taking an officer off your streets. And, you know, it just really, to me, a travesty. And my concern is that this legislation is only treating the symptoms and not the causes of the underlying crisis, which could be addressed through prevention and post-crisis treatment. And, you know, one of the things I heard one of the earlier speakers talk about was apathy. And my concern with this legislation is that we've told everybody it's fixed and the problem's not fixed. And I want to make sure that we keep people laser focused on this, because some of these folks that are suffering, they don't have a voice. And so, you know, whenever I get the chance, and poor Kari knows I'm up on my soapbox now, whenever I get the chance, I want to make sure that we're carrying this message forward. Our second concern deals with state support issues, the first part being financing. So while we don't have hard numbers right now, the concern right now is that the state is simply not going to fund a significant amount of mental health responders to be in the field. On the law enforcement side, all of the changes we've been requested to make, which includes physically reprogramming computers, creating and training triage systems, training staff, hiring additional staff, because especially with the triaging side, this is going to increase call times, which means you need more call takers. There's no money for that. That's been pushed to the locality. But we're working to comply with it. The second part, and I had alluded to this, was personnel. So the state is creating separate call centers, which will be accessed through the 988 number. And we in our area, this is not true of the entire state. Some places of the state have till 2026 to be live. But our area, the Fredericksburg region, is required to be live by July 1, 2022. Yet the call centers we're supposed to be interacting with aren't supposed to be live till December of 2022. And the mobile teams don't have to be in place until July 1 of 2023. So we're really building the plane as we're flying it. In addition, based on the current teams, the goal was to have a 60-minute ETA 90% of the time. And the state's already told us they won't be there 24/7, 365. Stafford County alone has over 1,000 mental health calls a year. And that's an undercount, because there's other calls that are classified as a disturbance or some other nature code that may be mental health. When we look around the country and we look at places, for example, San Francisco was a recent article I read. When they have these teams, even in a place like San Francisco, where you generally have heavy resources devoted to these programs, you have a compact geographic area, they're only covering 90% of the calls. And I'm concerned about the community expectations in terms of what this is going to look like, given the limitations of state support. The last thing I wanted to talk about before I turn it over to Kari to talk about the last bullet is the aggressive implementation timeline, which again is not true of every jurisdiction and region in the Commonwealth. Most states that have tried to do this and create a robust system, it's taken place over a period of years, generally between 5 and 10. And right now, one of the challenges is we don't even have the state partners in place to begin this planning process with. We're doing our best to plan at the local level and make the changes that have been requested to us. But it's difficult to plan when you're missing half the team. The other part of it is we've only been given a year to do this, from July 1 to July of 22. So we're doing this inside of a fiscal year. And for our region, we're having to interact with a lot of people to make this happen. It's extremely complex. 4 other counties, RACSB, the 988 Center when it's established, these mobile teams. On my side, just in my department, we're dealing with 2 private companies to fix CAD and our call triage protocols. That includes getting civil and criminal legal advice. We're working with DCJS, which is our regulatory agent in terms of minimum standards, our academy to put training in place. And we haven't even talked about the need to go visit other agencies to get feedback and learn from their lessons. For me, I'm fortunate, again, as I mentioned earlier, to work for a medium-sized agency with resources that we can move to meet this challenge. I've got over 30 people dedicated to doing this in my agency right now because of how tight these timelines are. But we're really concerned that the way this is happening is going to lead to a patchwork system that doesn't meet community expectations and won't be initially successful, which will further damage efforts to improve the system. And I will tell you that there is nobody in law enforcement who doesn't think this system is broken. We've witnessed this tragedy for at least the last decade that I've been in. And I really hope that this effort can lead to improvements in the system, but we definitely need to fill in some of the gaps. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kari for the last bullet point, because she was fortunate enough to sit on the committee that actually helped to start designing the plan to implement this legislation. Kari?
Thanks, Lieutenant Neuhard. As far as the last discussion point, and I'll be quick because I know we have limited time, but the consistency with implementation with any initiative like this, it's a statewide mandate to submit your plans and develop them at a local level. Unfortunately, like Lieutenant Neuhard mentioned, without statewide funding and things like that, supporting some of these initiatives, there are just some jurisdictions that this is going to pose a really great challenge on to be able to figure out ways to dedicate. I mean, Lieutenant Neuhard is part of a very, medium-sized agency where there are some agencies that, they literally have 1 or 2 officers working their entire county any given day or night. So that's going to be one challenge, is trying to figure out how it's going to be consistently implemented. In addition to, there's not really a statewide database for some of these initiatives that they want to create. They want to create a voluntary database where individuals can register themselves as having a mental health issue. So that way law enforcement has it in their systems and accessible, but that's only accessible if you register with Stafford's website. You're registered in Stafford, but you're not registered if you travel to Fairfax, for example, or to Richmond, and the police there encounter you. So it would be really helpful to have a statewide database that contain this type of information and make it a statewide process. Even the 988 call centers are going to be done regionally. And so I'm curious how communication will occur from region to region with those as well. And that's all being developed. So that's just speculation. And I don't know what that's going to look like yet. And it may be very solid in how they do it. And that is certainly my hope, because anything is better than nothing. And any step is better than, it's still a forward step regardless. Even if it's a side step, at this point, at least we're moving. So for me, I'm very optimistic, hopefully that will be positive change for us as a crisis system. The last thing I would say is just making sure, and as far as the types of response, it's up to the locality how they satisfy what a behavioral health response looks like at each of those 4 triage levels I discussed earlier. And so I'll just be curious, like Lieutenant Neuhard said, and what percentage of these calls are going to still be captured with behavioral health for different jurisdictions, especially the smaller ones and more rural ones. And what type of service is that going to look like? Is the Marcus Alert in Stafford going to look like the Marcus Alert response in Southwest Virginia? I'm not sure. But obviously those are all kind of concerns, and seeing how the consistency is going to be monitored and upheld across the state, just to ensure that this legislation actually can take all the steps that we want to see it take to better improve our behavioral health response for people experiencing mental health issues in Virginia.
And I know Karen had some comments that she was going to take us out with.
Well, thanks. Actually, it's going to be very brief because of time, and I think we've all been flooded with excellent information and insights and opinions. Thank you very, very much for that. Before you all leave, those of you, I hope, are realizing a lot of this is going to depend on local initiative. And there are 2 resources I have just put into the chat room, the chat box, that will let you, for one thing, see the specific legislation for the Marcus Alert System and the portion of our league state position or policy that is in the policy section. So you can see what league authorizes. Thanks everyone for looking in and for giving this such care and attention. Bye-bye.
Thank you all for a wonderful presentation. I want to remind everybody that the slide deck that is being shown is in the Google Drive that everyone received, so you can access it because there's such tremendous information. We will have a break now, and we're going to pause the recording. Everyone take a walk, get a sandwich, and we will come back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you all, and we'll see you back in just a minute.
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back. We're at 1 o'clock, and we hope that you enjoyed this morning when we heard from our justice and behavioral health issue groups. And this afternoon, we'll be hearing from domestic violence and gun violence prevention. And to kick us off, I'd like to introduce Grace Lawler, our issue group leader for domestic violence.
Hi, everyone. Well, had a nice lunch. I also just want to add that I'm joined today by Ruth Hoffman, who's the chair of the gun violence group. I'm really excited to introduce our speaker today. Our speaker today is Diana Ortiz. She's a first-generation immigrant who was born and raised in Colombia and migrated to the US around 18 years ago. She's currently the director of Doorways, which is an organization based in Arlington that creates pathways out of homelessness, domestic violence, and sexual assault, leading to safe, stable, and empowered lives. So without further ado, here's Diana Ortiz to educate us about the interconnectedness of the issues of gun violence and domestic violence in Virginia.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you for spending your weekend with such important topics, sometimes very heavy. So it's really an honor to be here. And again, it's a heavy topic, so hopefully we'll make it digestible. And thank you again, Ruth and Grace and Joanne. You've been very supportive and making sure everything is going great. So Ruth, we have about 30 minutes, correct? I'll do a presentation.
Yeah, that sounds right. And then hope to have a good, healthy dialogue. So we have an hour and a half, full hour and a half, and I was going to take the last 15 minutes, but please feel free. If we need to use those last 15 minutes, let's just keep talking. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So we have some content, and really discussions are typically where we learn the most from each other, and specific questions that may come up. So please, again, ask, and I'll do my best to represent our field. I have a video that I'll be presenting. It's about 3 minutes. So I want to also provide some disclaimers that it may be triggering. So if you're feeling that you need to take a break, or if it's too much, please know that, and you're welcome to turn your camera off or step away. Self-care is very important, and it's graphic and it has details. So similarly with the presentation, we're talking about, again, things that might impact many of us personally, or we know someone that may have experienced either domestic violence and also firearms, gun violence. So take care of yourself, you know yourself best, and hopefully at the end of the day, you can also take a nice walk or, do what like refills your cup, so we can keep this important work going. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen. I have like the presentation in 3 different formats. So if one fails, the other one will support us. And thumbs up if you're hearing me okay. If I need to talk louder, good. All right, awesome, excellent. So let's begin. Okay, let's do it. Let's start here. And we're gonna start the presentation. Sometimes I forget if you're putting things on the chat. So if Grace or Ruth wanna jump in and interrupt me or read it out loud, please do. I'll do my best not to forget, but I'm telling you, I'm really good at it, at forgetting. So let's begin. So as Grace mentioned, I am the president and CEO of Doorways. I joined in this new title in late January. Prior to that, I spent 3 years working for the military in Japan for the Marine Corps. So working, managing their domestic violence program and child abuse program prevention and intervention. And before that, I actually worked at Doorways for about 9 years directly with clients as a mental health therapist, and later developing programs and managing our client services programs. So this is a topic that is very dear and near to my heart. And sadly, firearms and the interaction between intimate partner violence or domestic violence that it's more typically referred to, and gun violence, it's a lot more present than what we imagine. Thank you, Grace. That's our mission. It particularly, I want to draw attention that we really believe in people living safe and stable. Trauma permeates everything that we do and how we live. Unfortunately, what makes us unique is that we understand that intersection between family homelessness, domestic violence, and sexual assault. Some of our clients come to us because they have experienced one of these. Many have experienced multiple causes. So as if you are not familiar, domestic violence is the leading cause of family homelessness. If you are experiencing homelessness or are at risk of being homeless, you are a lot more prone to be sexually assaulted. People, you're more vulnerable for people to manipulate you and ask you to exchange favors for, a bed. So again, like we see the connection here. We envision that there will be a time that we're totally put out of business, and we don't have to talk about violence, that everyone has a safe space, that feeling safe in their own home, and they don't have to worry about where they're gonna sleep tomorrow. What makes us unique, it's again like our model has evolved. We've been in since the late 70s in the community. And we know that crisis, many of our clients come to us because of a crisis experience where they're most vulnerable and they need someone to support them. But it doesn't stop with a hotline call or with a shelter. We know that, again, getting out of an experience of trauma can take years and can take multiple doors and ways and pathways to heal. So all of our services in the community and our crisis response are based on what the client needs, and let's call it client-centered, trauma-informed, understanding that how we relate to clients, it's most of the time the most important thing when they're coming to us. We believe that we don't need to empower them, that people have power within. And everyone has been a survivor at this point when they come to us. So we want to focus on their strengths and not on their deficiencies. And we have evolved and developed best practices in the community. So we are committed to embrace survivors from all our community. Typically, the domestic violence field was believed that it was a women's issue. And while women are most impacted, this is an issue that impacts everyone. So we serve all men, women, and families, singles. We also know that, well, it might be experienced at an individual level. We have certain communities that have been marginalized and underserved, and the system don't always treat them or are designed to support them the same way. In particularly with gun violence and firearms, we know that disproportionately, this is an issue that affects our Black, Latina, and American Indian and Alaskan Native women. They are at much, much greater risk of die because of a gun and at the hands of their abusers. And the other field that has not been explored, that we know that there are specific things that are LGBTQI+ and people with disabilities are much more vulnerable for domestic violence, and when domestic violence and gun violence are intersecting. There is not a whole lot of research. So if we have researchers in the group, and if you are working with any of these communities, we need a lot more research and understanding what are some of the specific threats and just challenges that our communities experience. You're gonna have a copy of this presentation. So I put a lot of links that are very, very tiny if you're looking at the presentation right now, but you will be able to access it later if you're interested in, you know, more information about this and numbers and everything else. All right, so here is where the story of Megan comes in. So I'm gonna pause here. And before we delve in, we're gonna watch this video. So let me just pull it here. And I'm gonna share my screen with you. Okay. Can you guys see it? Can you see it big? Thumbs up. All right. I'm hoping that the sound is, you can hear it. If you cannot hear it, please let me know so I can stop it and we can try another way. Yes? No? All right. I forgot about this piece. Hold on. I wonder if who else can share their screen so I can send you the link and you can pull it. No.
Diana, there is a box you can check under the video on the screen share that says share sound.
Okay,
and that
hold on,
might be
hold
the
on.
missing piece.
Let's see. Thank you. What would it be without some technical difficulties? Okay, share sound. Found it. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Can you see the video? Okay, let's make it big. Let's take it all the way. Can you hear it? Yes? No? No? I'm sorry. Let's try one more time. Oh, it's telling me that I need to install something, so I don't want it to kick me out of this. Let me try one more time in a different format and see if we can do it. Hold on. Let me see here. We're gonna try this time. Okay. Cross your fingers. Okay, let's see if this one. Yes? No? Oh. Okay, I'm gonna stop this.
Diana,
Yes.
do you want to try to send the link to me?
Yes.
And I'll see if I can try to get it up and you can continue and then.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, let's do that. Sorry about that, everyone. Okay, let me send that to you. Okay. Okay, let's continue and we'll make it work. Okay. Now, where did you guys go? Okay, here. There you go. All right, can you see the presentation? Yes, okay. So if it works, we'll just stop and then resume with the video. It's one of our clients. The video is about one of our clients that had an experience of, that intersection. So it really illustrates some of the things that we're talking here. Again, like I said, I have a bunch of links, so you'll be able to peruse them later. What we know, again, in a nutshell, is like the power of a firearm, the power of a gun increases lethality for everyone involved. It amplifies what the essence of intimate partner violence and domestic violence is, that it's the power and control. It instills fear and coercion. Even when that weapon has never or will never be used, it reinforces what it's already happening in that relationship, that it's power and control. One person is exerting power and control over the other one. So typically it doesn't start when, I meet you and then you're putting a gun on my face. It starts with that escalation and the little pieces that become the cycle of abuse. Firearms are typically used to threaten the victim or to kill someone that they know or harm someone that they love. Sometimes it's your pet. Sometimes are your stepkids. Sometimes it's you. So that is, again, the clear correlation is that it not only increases lethality, but it amplifies already a cycle of abuse. The research, depending on where you're looking at, it is just, I'm always speechless when I look at these numbers. The access to a gun increases that female victim being killed from 500 to 1,000%. It's just, again, insert the word that you have to describe something that is really, really, horrifying. When you look at this, and this is from our state coalition, the Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance, they have a lot of great resources. So you also have one that they created with, updates to the laws. But what we know is that, again, if you look at the little house, almost 80% of intimate partner homicides occur in the home. It's not the stranger danger we're talking about. It's that person that you trusted and you shared everything, and it's in the intimacy of what is the most sacred place for most of us, home. 60%, again, of intimate partner homicides victims are killed with firearms. Again, going back to the lethality piece. Again, about more than 4 million women have been threatened with a gun by an intimate partner. Not all of them have died. Again, the weapon, the power of a weapon is a lot more than just when you pull the trigger. And for some of our, sometimes, the belief that a gun can protect you or can support the victim, the presence of a gun, regardless on who owns it, makes it a lot more likely for that victim to die. that person to be killed. The one that it's also like now much more widely in research, and sadly we're like learning more and more, is that the connector for a lot of the mass shootings across the United States. There's so many different reasons, but when you go back and start looking at like what maybe the connector is a previous incident of domestic violence, the trigger is to take revenge or get at the victim. So more than half of mass shootings are correlated with offenders that have, again, domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking on their history. Any reactions there? I want to pause. It's a lot of numbers, and it's, none of them are really, good. Okay. All right. So what we know. Whoop, back. Okay. No. Go back. So there's been a lot of rapid changes in Virginia, which is, good. We are better than maybe what, we were before. That's always encouraging, and yay for that. There is always room to grow. We'll see, and you probably know a lot more. There's been changing. And we can see the changes, how it's impacting like our court system and our survivors. There are lots of like good things specifically related to gun violence, that they are, again, like the Virginia law has becoming increasingly parallel to the federal law in a good way. And it has addressed several loopholes that we have experienced when, like someone is getting a protective order, that it's, like the prohibition when someone already has a charge of domestic violence or sexual assault, of purchase, transport, and possession. Key words here: the violence has already happened, and we're assuming that someone has already gone through all the process to get a permanent protective order. These are like the two key pieces here. So you're exhibiting significant risk factors, and that's why the law is telling you, the court, the judge is telling you, now you cannot possess those firearms. That has already, there's been already abuse, there's been already risk, and there's already harm happened. So what are the like specific, there are 3 specific areas where like Virginia has made a lot of progress. I can tell you, I vividly remember when we all celebrated in 2016, the recognition of becoming a felony, a class 6 felony. That was, I think that it has been historic. That really made a shift, and it really put a lot of more heaviness and weight into like what it is, domestic violence and firearms access. It took us until 2020 to close some of the loopholes that were very clear in the law back in 2016. And when I say clear, like victim witness, the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, advocates, community and system-based advocates identified that there was a loophole here. So yes, if you have a final 2-year protective order, then violating the possession of a firearm became a felony. Huge victory. Every jurisdiction started working in like how to make this happen, how to inform and educate the victims, and how to let the person who was committing the violence know that they couldn't have it. There were, again, multiple loopholes. One, it was like what happens, like how do you surrender your firearm? If you're gonna surrender it, what happens while you're carrying it, while you're transporting it? So lots of loopholes that were addressed in 2020. And again, clarifying language on, like consistency of the final 2-year protective order. So good wins. It's taking us all this long to put a lot of these things in process. Specifically in Arlington County in 2016, there was a part of like our coordinated community response, which each jurisdiction has one to address domestic violence. So it's called a CCR. If you look and type like wherever you live, you will have a group called the Community Coordinated Response that involves everyone in the community, from the direct and first responders, law enforcement, the community advocates, courts, emergency response, the hospitals, all the way to primary prevention, to come together regularly to address the domestic violence issues and like what's happening. So in 2016, our community coordinated response, that in Arlington it's called Project Peace, started a specific group to create documents in language and a protocol to, one, educate the victims when they're coming to the courthouse, and now like, you know, they have more rights or there are things that they can do. Two, educate the judges so they are addressing it during the hearing to tell that abuser what are their rights and what are their responsibilities. And to ensure that there is a mechanism where like law enforcement and the sheriff's department can enforce these new laws. It's a lot of systems. It's a lot of people playing together with very different perspectives. We have a common goal that it's, you know, we don't want one more incident of violence, but we're looking at things from very different perspectives. All right. So the other big area was the assault and battery of a family or a household member. So again, 2021 was really good in that there was now the 3 years following that conviction date that you cannot possess that firearm. Sadly, it still excludes dating and non-married partners. And that's a really, really, what's the word for gigantic loophole? Relationships nowadays are a lot more intimate. Partners are a lot more than that married couple or the ex-husband or the person, or, you know, like two people cohabitating or having a child in common. Our laws, and most of our laws, are still referring to domestic violence to those categories. You have to be married. You had to be married, like past tense. You had to be living together, or you have to have a child in common. If you cannot demonstrate any of those four, a lot of these laws exclude you. They're not considering you a household member or a family member. And again, we know that nowadays there is a lot more on intimate partner than those four categories. So that's a big loophole. Again, take note for things that you want to advocate in the future. This is called like the boyfriend loophole. And we definitely see it. I specifically saw it too in the military when we have service members. By definition, if you're single, you live in the barracks. You can have a very permanent relationship with another service member, but you're not a family member. You're not considered it's not considered domestic violence abuse if it happens between two service members. Each of them are living in their barracks. So, and there's a lot of that again, like in the civilian world as well. This one, the substantial risk orders, it's one that is creating a lot of, you know, like energy and questions. I think that we need more time to really see like how it is being implemented and the benefits of it. I think in essence, we know that it's important. A couple of really good things here is that a substantial risk order can be filed by a law enforcement person, and it doesn't necessarily require you as the significant other to go and petition to get those firearms removed from the person. All right, this is Ruth's slide. So it's like, this is brilliant. I'm gonna take it from her. So Ruth will, thank you. Very good. This is, again, our dashboard, or like where we were 5-6 years ago and where things have been, what's the progress happened. You'll get the slides. Thank you, Ruth. This is brilliant. So I'll be using it for other presentations. All right. So again, lots of things that you see, like the areas where like things can be improved. The boyfriend loophole, the dating partners, again, as not part of these, important changes. And then the requirement, of course, to notify those subjects of what happens. This is still a lot of work in progress and a lot of variety between jurisdictions. Depending on where you are in Virginia, you may have a very different experience. One, requesting a protective order, and two, like what happens during that hearing and how it is enforced. Each jurisdiction is going at their own pace. Hence why it's important sometimes that the law comes from the state, so we can be sure to ensure, and it really trickles down to each part of the state. As an example, again, from 2016 to now, we have the judges in Arlington County. They serve Arlington County and the city of Falls Church. They have a document that they read out loud, and the abuser signs an acknowledgement that they understand they cannot possess a firearm, and the process on how to surrender to someone else that can keep it, or surrender it to the sheriff's department. Very specific, very clear during the hearing. If the abuser doesn't show up during the hearing, then the sheriff's department, when they serve the person, will read it, and all of that will be filed. But it took us all this long. It is great to have it now in paper. There is a protocol. Doorways, as the community advocate, reads it and informs the victim of like what their rights are and like what happens if they know that that person, is still in possession. The victim witness from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office do the same thing. So we're now like, everyone knows what happens. It doesn't happen the same way in each jurisdiction. So it is now up to each corner of the state to ensure and create those protocols to make sure that, the good laws actually take effect. All right, what would be these days if we don't talk about COVID? So I wanted to like really mention a couple of things that we've seen and that we may be seeing for a while. For the past 18 months, our demand for services has been, a mystery at times. At the beginning of COVID, when the stay-home orders came, we saw a decline in hotline calls. Many jurisdictions experienced different. A good number of us experienced a decline in calls. Why? Well, if you're living with your abusive partner and you could call someone while he went to work or when you went to work or when you took the kids to school, now you're permanently with that person. What we saw is that as the stay-home order started to went down, we started seeing an increase, and in particular, an increase in imminent danger calls. What are those? When the person is calling us, the abuse is so severe and it has happened that they need to get out. There is no other way, that they cannot stay there. What happened with our calls too? A lot of survivors don't know what a shelter looks like. They were really worried about their kids and their own safety, but they were also worried about getting COVID. So we saw a decline for multiple months of calls because, again, if you have to choose between, stay with that person that I already kind of can predict when they're gonna be, in bad mood, or I can tolerate the abuse for a little longer, maybe that's a better choice and better, again, I'm saying it with a lot of, quotes here. It might be a better choice than going to a shelter and get COVID and die, because that's exactly what we heard from many of our, clients now. But because they held it and they kept holding it and they kept waiting, when they called that was the imminent danger piece. They needed to get out of there immediately. There are some articles, and there is the link is in one of the previous slides, that report an increase in gun sales across the country during the pandemic. Again, yet to be seen what does it mean really for all of us. But what we've seen too, again, going back to not only using the gun, but like what is it like, what, the power and control, we have seen an increase in high lethality crisis calls. That is, that they have a gun, that they have used it, or they have threatened them. High lethality is when there has been strangulation, when there are children involved, when the abuser is abusing the victim while that person is pregnant. So we follow several questionnaires that tell us when a call can become lethal. And on that, I just wanted to share a couple of things about the lethality assessment protocol. That's been, again, part of that coordinated community response that in Virginia has been implemented in the past 6 years. Not all jurisdictions have it. So I would encourage you to go to the DCJS website, the Department of Criminal Justice System in Virginia website, and you can see if your jurisdiction has implemented the lethality assessment protocol. Full disclosure, I'm not being paid for this. I don't have any connections with the lethality assessment program in Maryland, but it's a wonderful instrument that supports that connection between that emergency, the crisis response, and connecting the victim to resources. So as you can see, again, it's a strategy to prevent the domestic violence homicides and those serious injuries. It's evidence-based, which again, it doesn't happen often that we have an instrument that it's evidence-based, it's research, and it has a lot of, again, really good data behind it. It was created by the Maryland Network to End Domestic Violence in 2005, and many communities across the state have used it. The first county that implemented it here in Virginia was Fairfax, and that was about 6 years ago. And after that, and showing some really good responses and good, again, information, DCJS adopted it as a best evidence and evidence-based best practice for jurisdictions to use it. So happy to inform that Arlington has started it. We are still in our very first quarter, so we don't have a lot of information to share other than each month we're getting more calls, and that's really exciting for us. So how it works is that when law enforcement gets called to, residents because of a domestic dispute, they ask several questions to the victim on site, at the site where things are happening. Depending on the score, the law enforcement officer is trained to look at that, know that that's a high lethality situation, and then they immediately connect that person to us, our hotline. So it connects it to the community-based hotline, or again, service. So we immediately can assess that person and offer them shelter, provide them with resources and information that otherwise they may have not known. About half, about 35 to 55% is the average of calls that fall into that high lethality category. And what many communities have found, and again, with very little data, I can tell you that we're seeing it, is that those victims that are connected to us didn't know about us, have never heard of it, and have never called our hotline. So if it wouldn't have been for that officer who took the time to do the screening and connect that person, It could be a victim that potentially gets, the next call that they get, that person has been killed. So very exciting instrument. And we're, again, happy to know that we're joining the other, jurisdictions in Virginia to use it. All right, so what are we missing here? Or what is good and what can be better? Systems that work together work better. So again, going back to the community coordinated response, it takes time and effort, but having those relationships and that specific response and stakeholders working together is really key. What it doesn't work is that our system still place a lot of weight on the survivor. It's never easy for the survivor. Even getting the initial protective order that will not cover any of the things that we have talked about takes about 5 to 6 hours for the survivor to go to the court, file an affidavit, stand in front of the judge, provide evidence to get the initial protective order. Not all the initial protective orders get a permanent protective order, which is the 2-year period. It's a long process, it's energy, it's time consuming. It is daunting to have to face your abuser in front of a judge and each party having to tell their story. There is a lot of weight on the survivor. If your permanent protective order gets violated, it is up to the survivor to tell the court that happened. So again, there is a lot on the survivor to make this happen. If the abuser is using those guns, it is up to the survivor to call law enforcement or go in front of the judge and tell what happens. What we know is that about half of the protective orders get violated, but not everyone is gonna go through this process to let someone else know that this happened. So there's a lot of expectations on the survivor to hold that abuser accountable. Some jurisdictions have implemented what is called a protective order accountability officer, which works similar to a probation officer. We don't have one in Arlington, but we're really exploring it. It will be very helpful to support that person who had used violence and to make sure that it's, that person is held accountable. So we know that living without violence is a possibility. We believe in it. We believe in a society where we can change the norms. We're not there yet, but we know that it could happen. So yeah. I'm seeing Ruth. Do you think you can work? Yes.
Yes. So we could try the video now. Deb's going to help, and then we're getting questions in, and I know I have several, and it was just so enlightening hearing you go through this. It was some things really became so crystal clear for the first time in working on this issue for the last several years. So thank you. But let's, Deb, if you want to try the video, and then we'll come back to questions.
I was brought to Doorways by an insane, crazy incident. My now ex-boyfriend, just one night, he excessively drank and essentially held me captive in our apartment. He pulled a gun on me. I remember looking in his eyes, and I do not know who was there. The moment that I knew that he was going to kill me, his exact words were, I'm gonna have to kill you. I cannot let you out of here because I've already put a gun on you. And if I let you out of here, you're going to the police and you'll snitch on me. And at that moment, I knew I had to make a decision. The patio door was cracked, and even though I'm scared to death of heights, in that moment, I fell off of our 7-story balcony. I remember right before I fell, asking God to please protect me. And the last thing I remember falling over the balcony. I remember air hitting my face for like a second, and I blacked out. And so when I woke up, I was in the hospital. I had 8 broken ribs, I had 3 fractures in my pelvis, I had a pulmonary contusion. After a few days of being in the hospital, I received a call from Ari from Doorways, and you know, she kind of explained to me all the different resources that Doorways provided, and she set up an appointment to come and speak with me in the hospital. And at that point, it was a no-brainer for me to move into the shelter. The home was beautiful, beautiful neighborhood. Just, I really couldn't ask for a better living situation. Had a private bathroom that allowed me to maneuver, you know, on a walker, which I had never had to experience at that point in my life. And they just made things so comfortable and convenient for my life. And working with the counselors at Revive re-altered my life, really, and put it back on track. One of the biggest key factors for me was my counselor set goals. What steps did I need to take in order to get myself, you know, to where I, you know, was prior to the incident. There's no way I could be where I am right now if it weren't for the Doorways organization. And it is so important, I feel like, for me to now become an advocate for them. I would shout their praises from any rooftop. Like, they have been amazing. And anybody that is going through something similar to what, you know, I've gone through, this is the organization that will put their life back together.
Okay, great. Well, I'm so glad we were able to show that video, and the timing was perfect. I think it helps to kind of then bring it all together and crystallize what an important service your organization provides to the community. So hearing you go through your presentation, I think, you know, I've worked in this for about 8-9 years now, and it's very complicated. You know, you hear about the protective orders, permanent protective orders, emergency protective orders, but then there's this other category of like convictions of misdemeanors of domestic violence. And, you know, with the intersection of firearms, it's, you know, there's the point in time where they purchase the gun, but then there's also these guns that they have, you know, that the existing guns that they have in their possession. And so it's like all these different like gates and trying to make sure, you know, an abuser doesn't get a gun. But, you know, it's for many, it's lost that there's existing guns. And if the laws aren't comprehensive to address the full landscape, then there's all these, you know, the perpetrator still has access to the gun. And so hearing you talk about, you know, for a victim, a survivor to spend like 6 hours and go through the system, and it's daunting. And that is getting a protective order. And so there has been, as the chart has shown, incremental progress over the last 5 or 6 years in the category of getting a protective order, an emergency protective order, the substance, we call it the extreme risk protective order, but I think you have it as the substantial risk order. So you permanent, emergency, substantial risk order, all of those. We've made really good progress of, you know, getting the gun that they own. You know, it goes after possession. But this other category where when you go purchase a gun, it's in there. If you have a conviction of a misdemeanor of domestic violence, you can't purchase the gun. But we have failed to get the Virginia law, you know, up to the bar of federal law, where you can't keep the gun that you already have. You should turn it over, the possession. And until we align state law with federal law, our local law enforcement cannot take that gun that they have in possession away. I'll go back to the chart at the end of the meeting and and point out a couple things, but I wanted to get to some of the questions. One is from Vicky, and she said, in the city of Norfolk, there's plans to open a casino in 2023. And can you talk, is there a relationship that we should be aware of between gambling and intimate partner domestic violence? And if there is, what can they do in their community to get prepared for that?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you guys are thinking about these things, because a couple of thoughts here. So alcohol, drugs, gambling, they're all can increase the risk, but I wouldn't say it's the cause of domestic violence or sexual assault. And I think like it's sometimes easy to like put them all in one category and assume that, you know, like a person that drinks, then it becomes abusive. Or similarly, if a person, you know, that has a history of gambling or compulsive, you know, whatever, you know, addiction, then it's by default a sexual assault, you know, like a rapist or a predator. And what I would say is that there are correlations, but it doesn't necessarily mean that gambling makes you abusive, or alcohol makes you abusive, or makes you hit your partner or sexually assault someone. Oftentimes, those are tools and weapons that are used by the abuser. And it also, again, like when you're drinking, when you have an addiction, and gambling is part, you know, like when it's compulsive gambling, it is considered an addiction, then your executive functioning is not working properly. So I would say there are correlations between poor judgment, lack of, aggressive control of your aggression. So that is the piece that I would say you can see an increase in, you know, poor choices, poor behaviors. One thing leads to another in a way, right? So like if you're having compulsion with gambling, you may also be having an issue with excessive drinking. And it is very likely that then you're also abusing your partner, but one thing doesn't make you an abuser. So I just wanted to like kind of draw those distinctions.
Thank you, Diana. That was my question. And I guess I've been looking at some recent studies, because we know before COVID, there are financial stressors for couples. And now in the age of COVID, one challenge that is now emerging is that domestic violence may actually lead to gambling addiction, but on the part of the partner of the abuser, because women tend to gamble to escape, while studies show that men tend to gamble to win and for enjoyment. So those are just some concerns. I know we have to be careful about how things are related, but I guess my ultimate goal is how can we make sure that we do all we can to prepare for the potential impact of increased gaming in our community. We already have Rosie's Gaming Emporium in Hampton, which is a neighboring city. And we've always had bingo halls. So just wanted to a little bit more. Thank you.
No, absolutely. And access is everything, right? If you have now, if it's at your door, at your footsteps, an opportunity to spend your money or drink more, or again, fill in the blank, well, there is increased risk, right? Like now it's a welcoming door there to, again, do whatever. Our survivors struggle, as any human being, with coping skills that sometimes are healthy and sometimes are unhealthy. Using drugs, alcohol, gambling, risky behaviors in general are very, very normal ways to cope for a survivor. Sometimes are part of the abuse, because sometimes you're using drugs or you're part of the illicit, business, and now you're compromised, so you cannot go and tell anything to the police. And sometimes it's pure coping mechanism, coping skills. That is why, like we talked about trauma and how difficult it is to sometimes, break those patterns. So excellent. I would just recommend to work with the domestic violence agency close to you to like do a little bit more of prevention, and maybe, you know, how do you work with those, with that casino to maybe, again, like create some opportunities to train with the staff there, provide information, make sure that, you know, like information is available.
The YWCA is a leader in
Wonderful.
fighting and advocating. And we also, I did check out the list for the LAP, the Lethality Assessment Program. Norfolk Police Department is one of the participating agencies. So thank you.
Excellent. Yes.
So I have another question here. Charlene wants to know, how can I create a community in my apartment building to empower those affected by intimate partner violence? And how can I implement this in our surrounding apartment buildings?
Those are excellent questions, and thank you for thinking about. So again, like oftentimes we think that domestic violence is an individual's issue, and the more that we think about it, it's a systems issue, right? Like how as a community we can support each other, and how a survivor knows that there may be someone there to support you. It is very complicated, I would say. Again, the approach of asking that person to leave the abuser, we know that it's a lot more complicated. There are hundreds of millions of reasons why a survivor chooses to stay in a relationship. Again, it puts the responsibility on the survivor and not on the person that is using violence. But the more that we talk about it, the more that we post information, the more that we normalize that this is something that it happens at so, you know, frequent. 1 of 3 women have experienced abuse at some point in their lives. 1 of 3. So in our group here of 43 people, 30% of us have had experienced some sort of a healthy relationship and abuse. So the more that we make it normal to talk about it, to know that it's okay to ask for help, to know that there are services available, the more that when that survivor is ready, they will be able to make that, you know, that choice. Safety planning, it's another part. Again, just knowing that it is not sufficient just to have good laws. Good laws are very important, but again, the laws are not foolproof. If we think about knowing that at least 50% of protective orders get violated, we need to have very thorough safety planning, and the community is part of that safety planning. As a neighbor, as you know, the building in general, your community in general, if we can support each other. I don't know how many times we hear on the hotline that it was a neighbor who actually hit the person while they were trying to call. It was a neighbor who made that call. It was a neighbor who like kept seeing, you know, suspicious activities and made that, you know, approach. So it is, the more that we know that it takes accountability and support, and it's all of us.
So see, I have a question here. So with in the most recent year, the law prohibited people convicted of a very narrow subset of domestic violence misdemeanors from accessing firearms. And you walk through that as the assault and battery against a family and household member. And then it says the gun rights can be reinstated in 3 years. Have you seen situations where the abuse continues longer than 3 years? I mean, is there a perfect year that a gun should be removed from someone?
It would be up to personal choice permanently. Permanently. And of course, again, like we have various degrees of people that use violence. When we're talking about an abuser that has in possession 10 guns, 12 guns, that they have not surrendered those to the sheriff's department, but they kept them with a friend or a family member, the risk is still very, very high. And when that person when they have lost everything, they wanna harm, they will harm. We've seen cases, you know, some that are, you know, stalking. Again, we didn't talk a lot about stalking, but stalking is incredibly difficult to get to, you know, for a judge to see the evidence, because that's part of it, right? Is the emotional, the psychological game. It's like really playing with fire, that gray area. And when an abuser wants to do harm, they do, right? Like they spend all their time and energy. We're talking about, again, like a spectrum of someone that uses violence because that's how they learn, all the way to someone that like uses all their resources to harm someone else. They have chose that person to harm them. And we've seen stalking cases from like 7 years, 10 years. We've seen ex-partners with mass shooting, right? We've seen ex-partners that have kids in common. And while they're children, there will always be opportunities to use violence and coercion and abuse. Kids are in the middle when we're talking about visitation, when we're talking about custody, when we're talking about school, medical decisions. There's all of those are opportunities for an abuser to exert power and control. So 3 years, it's a good start. It's definitely not enough for some cases.
And thank you for bringing up the stalking. That was going to be my next question. And I know that the research, some of the talking points that we've used in trying to advocate for improving gun laws is that like between 75% and 85% of women who've been killed, in a domestic violence situation were stalked in the preceding year. Mm-hmm. So I know at the federal level, they're trying to close, they call it the stalking gap, but so eventually, hopefully we'll start working on that in Virginia. There was on the document, one of the handouts, I saw, a list of questions about trying to, I guess, identify the risk of the abuser. And it was interesting. I've never seen this before, but it had asked, one of the questions is if the person had committed arson in the past. So is there a connection between, I guess, domestic violence abuse and arson and future gun violence? Do you know?
I think that what we know is that the main predictor of violence is another crime committed. Just, blunt and honest that's just kind of like the best predictor of violence is a previous act of violence. So in that, I think like there will be interesting just to compartmentalize what are those are higher than others. So I don't have all specific numbers, but I would say, the number one predictor of violence is a previous act of violence.
I see. Okay. We have a question from Judith. What % of abusers are women?
Yes, there is abuse committed by women to men or by women to other women. The percentage is much lower. We estimate that about, I think it's 3 out of 7 men have reported some sort of abuse. The dynamics of abuse in a relationship when it's committed by women are sometimes, different. Without getting into, another 2-hour presentation, what I would say is that the combination of domestic violence, men, and firearms is what it makes that female homicide risk so high. So not to say that women do not use weapons, not to say that women do not commit acts of violence, but it's not as strong and clearly correlated as men abusing women and the use of weapons.
Thank you. Let's see, I missed one up here. Let me go back to this. Could you talk a little bit about the points that were on the last slide of the presentation before the video about how can you help?
Yes, so lots of great ways. I think one, again, thank you so much for wanting to learn about this and asking so important questions about your role as, influencing, what laws are coming in, but also just as a community concerned community citizen, how do you make your community safer? If you have, again, like if this is something that interests you, I would definitely encourage you to reach out to your domestic, your community agency that working with domestic violence survivors. Oftentimes, most of the time, starving with funding and understaffed. There are always opportunities to volunteer, to support them in so many different areas. Your time, your talent, your treasure. It's always an excellent way to stay connected to what's happening in your community. And typically we're 24/7. If we're committing to a crisis work, we're always 24/7. We cannot close the doors. We know that, a pandemic or a natural disaster will not stop our work. It increases it. The rate of domestic violence increases when there is, magnitude of, events of this magnitude. So start there. The community coordinated response is a wonderful opportunity to join as a citizen. They're oftentimes looking for more, volunteers to learn more about it that can work in some of these work groups of, the firearm protocol, like we're talking about training. Like there's so many great opportunities just to be part and influence and learn more about it. So learn, be vocal about it, support your domestic violence local organization in any way you can. Again, sometimes if you have time, they were always, we are always looking for more volunteers. We're always appreciate that community funding that is not tied to, federal rules and regulations, and because we know that we need to serve everyone. So I would say also those systems working together, that's when like you can influence when you're joining that community coordinated response, either as, like attending one of their presentations or joining more actively. The systems need to work together. Again, like there is great loss if the system is not really from the top all the way to the bottom, left and right, understanding what that law is and how we can use it, it's pointless. And I would say just, advocacy, the last thing, since we talked about trauma informed, is advocate for your systems, behavioral health, schools, law enforcement, courts, community-based, to be trauma informed. There is no reason why a community these days is not learning how to respond to the survivor and be survivor-centered. Again, there is a lot of things that we're doing that still puts a lot of heaviness into the survivor. Child welfare, the court systems, et cetera, that really we can do better as a country.
Thank you. That's a good reminder, is that, it's not just in these silos, but it transcends through all these different programs. There's pieces and we have to address all of them from different aspects, and bringing up the children, like how many, what would you say, is it like 50% of survivors that you are helping have children, or is it 25%, or is it, they're lost in the whole, it's just like an oversight, it's that they have to go to school and try to cope with this very traumatic situation.
A lot of it. So it's about 40%. Sometimes, again, it goes ups and down, but, the protective order is one step. And then, many of our survivors had to then start working with their custody agreements. And then different battles, different attorneys for these different situations. It is time consuming. It is resource, expensive. It's very difficult to understand all the names, all the things that you're supposed to say or not say, how to do things. So there's a lot that our survivors need to go through to ensure their safety. One thing that sometimes we don't think about is that you get a protective order, and then you as a survivor are in charge of making copies and ensuring everyone else knows about it. As a survivor, you have to make the copies, you have to take them to school, you have to take them to your neighbors if you want them to be part of your safety planning. You have to let law enforcement know, because again, the systems are not perfect. So having the court file it to the law enforcement agency sometimes takes time. So it is one of the first things that we ask, like you have, like, we're gonna make 20 copies and you have to keep one at all times. As again, our Arlington County, with being so close to DC, that's a whole different, it's not Virginia. So ensuring that the abuser is served, or that they understand that, it's a whole different, this is another 2-hour presentation on how we work across states to ensure that the safety of our survivors is, protected.
So I think early on you mentioned like Fairfax County was the first to implement the lethality assessment protocol, and then you've adopted it here recently, but you mentioned that Maryland, I guess, was the first state. So are there like states that you view as like gold standard? Are there like relationships that you reach out to, whether it's like Maryland or Fairfax, or do you have other counties reaching out to you to learn like what are the best practices, what works, what doesn't work?
Yeah, I mean, I think we are in a state where, again, like, we have a very strong coalition. We're also a state with so many different regions that the problems that Arlington might be seeing are very, very different to the one that Roanoke or, Newport News is experiencing. So within our coalition, we have different regions. The Northern Virginia region is very, very strong. We often have each other on speed dial. We are in different work groups of like, what are you seeing, comparing notes? Because again, like for our survivors, the jurisdictional lines don't exist. They're invisible, right? Like you cross a line and now it's Fairfax County Police and not Arlington Police. There are things that our systems work that again is like very specific to like how we understand it, but that's not how people live their lives, especially again if you're transient, if you're not have a stable home. So gold standards for like things that we have implemented as a community. Washington State, like Kings County, have like wonderful resources and very, very innovative best practices that are trickling down to us. In the state, again, like very different jurisdictions have done very good work. So our state coalition, I would say it's like our hub to share. We love to share. We love to share.
Oh, this is very good. It's Northern Virginia is I've heard always, great things about Northern Virginia and kind of always a step ahead. So it's good that you're a resource to others, and then you also in the region have others that you can seek out to be a resource to you. I have another question here. Have you seen an emerging pattern of like children and teens directing violence at their parents?
I'm thinking in the context of, again, intimate partner violence, domestic violence, and family violence. And what I would say is that children exposed to domestic violence are, traumatized. There is a lot of trauma. There is a lot of choosing that, they're too young to have to do. There is so many confusing dynamics. They're oftentimes used for, again, abuse. So either because it is the abusive parent putting them against the non-abusive parent, children being harmed because they're trying to protect the other parent. So early parentification of kids. I mean, so many things. Unless at Doorways, we created a children's program because we saw it. So for about like now 15 years, we have dedicated counselors to work with children because we know how much they've had to, process and understand, and how many things they will have to, again, like work even after the safety may be a little bit more under control. If both parents are there's always, something that might happen with custody and abuse. So I would say that if there is abuse against one of the parents, I would say most of the time it's in the context of that, young person, that child being put in situations where, they had to grow too fast.
Thank you. Thank you for that insight. So I think, let me just double check here.
We have one more.
One more. Okay. Can you speak to revenge porn or social digital posting in regards to be used as evidence for abusive behavior?
Yes, so safety planning. So I'll speak in terms of safety planning. The typical safety planning in the past is that, are you in a safe place? Can you make copies of your documents and keep them with a neighbor? So when you have to escape, you have your documents in hand and, some change. Safety planning nowadays is, do you have your GPS location turned off from your phone? Have you exchanged messages? Who has access to your phone and your electronic devices? It has exploded. So things that happen for good reasons are quickly turned by abusers into, again, controlling abuse and power and control. We've had cases where baby monitors are used to, and again, hear the other person or coerce the other person from different countries and states. Electronic devices that are used for like the nanny cam that are used to, again, follow up the victim, just so many things. Porn and revenge porn and sexting. Again, the sexual behaviors nowadays many times include technology. Young adults and young people use technology at a very, very different ways that I don't even feel comfortable. I feel that I'm very illiterate in sometimes technology use. So all of those things are sometimes used for power and control. And let me tell you, when the prosecutor gets some of that evidence, it's also very helpful for the survivor, because now there is evidence. We would never encourage a survivor to get to, again, in harm's way to get evidence. But once, survivors have recorded voice messages or text messages that they can screenshot, all of that is very helpful. Again, back in the day, we would just say, put a journal and write down, the times that person called you. Now with technology, we can track some of those things. So again, good things used to good use, and same thing, if you're using it and you're recording it, guess who else is doing the same thing and can use to, against you.
That's, I'm glad. That was a really good question. All of these are really good questions. I guess we are at 2:15. I want to be respectful of your time too. I know I can probably speak for everyone that, your presentation was so informing, and hearing your answers to these questions, it helped us all to understand this important issue so much better. So I just really appreciate you taking the time out of your weekend to present and put your slides together for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your work, for wanting to, for all your insightful questions, for allowing me to share Saturday afternoon with you. I'm always available. I didn't put my information there now, I just realized, but I'm always an email and phone call away. So you can find me very easily on our website. And again, Ruth and Grace and Joanne have my information as well. So happy to share more and connect you with more resources.
Okay, well, thank you. And you're welcome to stay, but if you have to go, I'll share my screen with the dashboard, but either way.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So Joan, I'm gonna try, okay. Okay, so much easier from my work computer. Let's see. I can't find it.
Ruth, there should be a green share your slides at the bottom.
Yeah, I did that. Yeah.
And then you pick on that view what you would like to share.
So it's nothing is up. I have my presentation open, but it's not showing it here.
Do you want to send it to me or Deb and see?
Yeah. Okay. Let me send it to you real quick.
While she's doing that, I just want to remind everybody that many of the speaker handouts are in this Google Drive. And so you received it when you registered, but also if you want to access it now, you can follow along with some of the information.
Okay. Okay, so I sent it to you. I'll just go ahead and kind of get started. But hopefully you'll be able to pull it up here quickly. So what I put together was a dashboard that tried to show kind of the landscape of Virginia and the progress that we've made with a number of gun violence prevention measures. And it includes universal background checks on private sales, online sales, and at gun shows. And in the gun violence prevention community, it's been well known that the science, the evidence shows that the best gun violence prevention measure that we can do to really reduce violence and gun deaths is universal background checks. I will say that there is one area in our background check law that I hope that we can improve upon in the future, is to include transfers as well. This includes sales. It shows sales in private, sales online, and then at sales at gun shows. But in the private, person to person, outside a gun show, if you transfer a gun over, we are afraid that there are some who are exploiting that and hiding behind, you fix my car and I'll transfer a gun to you for payment. And so that is one area we would like to improve upon in the future. The other is like prohibit subjects of protective orders from possessing firearms or require such persons to surrender their firearms. So we talked about that already. And so, in 2016 that passed, required transfer and selling of guns in 24 hours. But there was no verification system to make sure that the abuser really did surrender their firearm. And the burden really fell to survivors to really report to the court system that the gun had not been surrendered. And so in 2020, the law was strengthened to require that what you had within 24 hours, you had to relinquish the gun and then certify to the court. So that's, and then the third one down, prohibit people convicted of domestic violence misdemeanors from having, possessing guns. So that was an area like I had started out with at the beginning, that these are like categories. Think them of like tools. So you have tools through the protective orders to remove guns and make sure abusers don't have access to guns through the protective orders. But there's, a very rigorous and time-intensive process that Diana had kind of pointed out. It takes 6 hours to go through the system, and then you have to make sure that the process works and the mechanisms are followed. And so if your tool is to use protective orders, there is now, with the laws in the last few years, they've helped to bring in the word possess to get rid of the existing guns, and a mechanism to certify to the court that you got rid of the gun. But until you start addressing and closing all the loopholes in the other category, which is, the convictions of a misdemeanor of domestic violence, you have this whole other pathway where abusers are able to keep their existing guns. And so I show that, we've made progress. We're over to yellow, but there's the loophole with the dating partners. And as Diana said, the way that we, behave as a society and as a human body is that we're less likely to get married early. We're dating, and there's, intimate partner relationships, and we're putting off marriage till later. And so these, dating partners and intimate partners, unless they check all those boxes, are not being protected by the current law. Then as you go down, they require the court to notify subjects when they become prohibited from possessing firearms under federal law. So in 1996, the late Senator Lautenberg from New Jersey in 1996 included an amendment that addressed misdemeanors, crimes of domestic violence. And the law then changed at the federal level that you couldn't purchase a gun or possess a gun if you had a conviction of a misdemeanor crime of domestic violence. And why that's so important in the domestic violence space is that because you don't want to overwhelm the courts and lawyers, they plead down these crimes that would maybe rise to a level of a felony down to a misdemeanor. And so a lot of abusers who, really contributes to the level of gun violence were allowed to, purchase guns. So it was very important that the federal law was changed in 1996. But unless Virginia state law is changed to mirror federal law, local law enforcement cannot remove the existing gun. So that's another area that we really want to improve upon. And then to just kind of close out the last one in the interest of time is that, Diana had said, one of the most, consistent and predictive, signs of future gun violence is past violence. And there are states that have, much stronger laws than Virginia by capturing, a wider swath of violent behavior. And so that's where Virginia law, it would really be meaningful if we can strengthen our laws around a whole host of other violent misdemeanors. And just to give you a sense is that like in New York, they capture, you're not allowed to purchase a gun if you've been convicted of crimes defined as serious offenses. It includes disorderly conduct crimes, stalking offenses. New Jersey's, you're prohibited to have a firearm if you've been convicted of an offense punishable by more than 6 months imprisonment. And these are all then loopholes that are allowed in Virginia. So I just wanted to kind of lay out the landscape and say that we've made a lot of progress in Virginia, but there is areas that we need and we should continue to work on to make our community safer. And then besides the intersection of domestic violence and gun violence, there are other areas that we can look at, and that's those guns and safe storage and a few other areas. But I will stop there and see if Deb had any comments or anybody else has any comments. I know we have 3 minutes, but I'm so glad we had so many, or Grace, if you wanted to say a few comments, I'm just so pleased to see such a great turnout for our presentation today.
I mean, I just wanted to, again, thank Diana for coming. Thanks everyone for coming. And Ruth, I'm not sure if you want to drop your contact information in the chat. I did, in case anyone is interested in joining the domestic violence group. Please reach out to me. We can work on these issues that we've been talking about. And thank you all for coming. This is great.
Terrific. Thank you all. That was a great presentation. We're going to have another 30-minute break, so stretch your legs. And then our last segment today will be on community justice, including transportation, housing, and environmental justice. So we'll see you all back at 3 o'clock. Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Next, we have Robert K. Nelson will moderate the next section. He is the Director of Digital Scholarship Lab and Head of Digital Engagement in the University of Richmond Boatwright Library. He is the editor of American Panorama, an atlas of United States history, which includes mapping inequality, redlining in New Deal America. American Panorama received the 2019 Roy Rosenzweig Prize for Innovation in Digital History from the American Historical Association and was named a Tech Innovation by the Chronicle of Higher Education in 2016's Mapping Inequality, and received honorable mention for the 2019 Garfinkel Prize from the American Studies Association's Digital Humanities Caucus. Other digital history projects that Nelson has developed include Mining the Dispatch and a remediated, enhanced version of Charles Paulin's 1932 Atlas of the Historical Geography of the United States. Nelson teaches courses related to anti-slavery and slavery in the United States and about the digital humanities. Welcome, Professor Nelson.
Thanks very much. It's really an incredible pleasure to be here and to share this this session on community justice. I'm very, very excited to hear all our speakers today. A lot of my work focuses on the history and legacy of redlining in American cities. So I'm really excited to hear our speakers address issues of inequity and how they're tackling those issues of inequity from different perspectives on different topics. So there's 3 topics in particular we're going to be focused on today. The first is going to be transportation, then we'll hear about housing, and finally a presentation about environment and climate. And our first speaker today is Jennifer Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell is the Executive Director of the Virginia Department of Rail and Public Transportation, which is the state agency responsible for providing funding and oversight for public transportation and rail across the Commonwealth. She's been in this position since 2014 when she was appointed by Governor McCullough and was reappointed 4 years later by Governor Northam. I'm going to be really brief. I was looking at her bio. She's been named Woman of the Year by many organizations and has received numerous honors during her career. And I am very, very excited to hear her presentation today. So Ms. Mitchell, please take it away.
Great. Thank you so much, Robert, for the very kind introduction, and very appreciative for the invitation to be here with this group today, too. This is a very important topic with the role that public transportation plays in addressing equity and housing and environmental issues. I have a PowerPoint presentation that I am going to go ahead and share here. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, hopefully you guys can see that. Let's see. Okay, just once, there we go. Okay. So Robert in his introduction talked a little bit about DRPT, but we are the state agency that helps provide funding and oversight for public transit across the state. We don't directly operate transit. We partner with our local transit agencies that do actually provide operations. We're also the Virginia members of Metro, along with our local jurisdictions in Northern Virginia. In the past year, or in the coming fiscal year, we're allocating $983 million to transit and rail programs across the state, as well as transportation demand management. We provide statewide rail planning, transit and regional planning as well. We do also help jurisdictions plan new services and capital improvement projects, and provide advocacy for transit and rail across the state too. So a little bit about our stakeholders in Virginia. I mentioned before WMATA, which is our largest transit system, shared with DC and Maryland. We also have recently created the new Virginia Passenger Rail Authority that is going to be implementing rail expansion projects from our Transforming Rail in Virginia initiative. We have 40 transit systems across the state, 60 human service operators, a commuter rail operator in VRE, a number of transportation demand management agencies and railroads across the state that we partner with too. This is just a map that shows where public transit is located across the state. There's sometimes a misconception that the majority of our transit is or only in Northern Virginia. And it is true that is where about 75% of our transit service is provided, but it is also provided across the state, and especially in rural areas. We also do support human service operators that serve rural and small communities too, as well as transportation demand management agencies across the state. So transit is really fundamental from an equity standpoint. It is a public good that assists all of us. Everybody in Virginia benefits from additional investments in transit. For every dollar that we invest, we get $2.86 back in economic activity. It supports jobs, labor income, our state gross state product in terms of our economic output. But most importantly, it also has environmental benefits. We saved through our transit in Virginia last year, 11.3 million gallons in fuel annually, in addition to about 23.1 million hours in highway travel as well. We know that transportation is now responsible for half of all of our carbon emissions. So in order to shift more reliance away from single occupancy vehicles, we need to have more safe, reliable, and accessible transit. Which gets us to the discussion of equity. And really, the way that we've defined equity is looking at it as the shared and just distribution of burdens and benefits for transit. It needs to provide more access to healthcare, educational opportunities, and jobs. We know that transit connects workers to meaningful employment. We need to have better access both in rural and urban areas. Especially in our rural areas and small communities where the connections between housing and transportation are less plentiful and there's less transit services. Those are areas that also have higher proportions of elderly and people with disabilities as well. And those are people that need to have access to better transit too. So this really is a statewide issue and not just in our urban and suburban areas. Transit also contributes to climate equality and helps address environmental justice. We know that there are higher incidences of pollution in areas that are primarily communities of color, and we need to have better access to transit to be able to reduce those carbon emissions as well. And the importance of providing better connections to affordable housing opportunities is huge, especially in some of our urban areas, and being able to provide those better connections to people in their residences and their jobs. A few years ago, HUD did a study looking at the connections between affordable housing and transit. They discovered that, especially in small and mid-sized cities that were less than 250,000 people, that's where they have the most difficulties in providing accessible connections and choices. There's fewer transportation options in those smaller communities and less spending on transit. And they need to have more of a focus on being able to develop public-private partnerships in providing transit in those rural and small areas. We know that the connection between housing and transportation helps the creation of created communities, and that residents' needs vary based on location as well. So these are all things that we are incorporating into our programs, which I'll talk a little bit about in a moment, and a number of the studies that we're working on to look at making transit more equitable and accessible across the state. So last year, the Virginia General Assembly passed a bill that asked DRPT to do a transit equity and modernization study. And it's really a statewide needs assessment to look at the equitable delivery of transit services, as well as how we can better modernize our transit network, whether that's through infrastructure, clean vehicles, or through technology. And this has a special emphasis on how transit best serves underserved and underrepresented communities across the state. So there's a number of components to this study. Again, looking at transit accessibility, and how the presence of transit relates to particularly communities of color and lower income communities as well. The adequacy of our transit infrastructure, whether that's bus stops or vehicles, is another focus of the study. We're looking at transit electrification and also having low or lower emission vehicles and how we can better introduce those across the state. Emerging technologies, we have, especially before the pandemic, seen a lot of new advancements in ride sharing and how those types of technologies and algorithms can be applied to transit to provide more flexible and accessible transit services to where people are. How we can improve transit safety is another focus of the study, and also engagement and governance in the system. So we have just begun the study in the spring. This summer, we've been doing data collection, including a number of focus groups and surveys. We are also in the process of doing our needs and opportunities assessment, and that is a lot of information that's coming directly from our transit systems across the state. We'll be developing an action plan this winter, and then we're releasing the final report in the spring of next year. So again, this is will be as part of the study at analyzing transit demand versus transit supply and how we can better understand where the gaps exist across the state. We'll be looking for disproportionate gaps in service across geographies and demographic groups, and whether these gaps differ when you focus in on transit quality, and quality can refer to both frequency and span of service, to see if certain regions or areas are lacking transit more so than others. We've created a transit equity committee, which includes transit executives from our agencies across the state. We are also going to be tapping into a number of technical work groups assisting us with the study as well. And again, the goal here is to shed light on the needs, barriers, and opportunities that our transit systems across the state are having. So as part of this, we're collecting data right now through surveys, rider focus groups, and technical working groups to better understand the barriers that they face in providing improved transit and accessibility. We want to understand better how disadvantaged populations are represented in transit governance and transit agency boards. We know that we have huge problems with our bus infrastructure across the state, especially bus stops, where we have very substandard stops in a number of places that really don't encourage ridership, but also don't provide basic accessibility, especially for people with disabilities. So how can we better understand where those gaps in infrastructure exist and how we can improve them? We'll be having an equity forum in the spring of 2022 to be able to raise awareness of some of these issues and to get more feedback from our stakeholders as well. In addition to that, we have a number of programs that are seeking to introduce new technologies in transit. Again, these are all services that are being deployed by our local transit agencies, but we at the state level can help provide funding and technical guidance and resources in implementing that as well. So in cooperation with the Department of Environmental Quality, we've allocated fundings from what's called the Volkswagen Mitigation Trust. We have leveraged a total of 16.7 million in funds across the state for those, and that's included new electric buses and charging infrastructure for Valley Metro and Roanoke, Blacksburg Transit, and Fairfax County. We've also been partnering with Dash in Alexandria as well on their electrification of their bus fleet. We've been working on a microtransit deployment initiative. I'll talk a little bit about the two systems, Bay Transit and Mountain Empire Older Citizens, that we're partnering with on that. But that's where we will be introducing new technology through a company called VIA that actually partners with transit agencies across the country to do things like dispatch vehicles and assign pickup locations, very much like a ride sharing service does, again, to be able to provide more accessible transit in these rural communities. In the 2020 General Assembly session, we also had the new Transit Ridership Incentive Program, or TRIP as we refer to it. The goal of this program is to increase ridership of our urban transit systems. And this is funds that are actually allocated to all of our urban areas statewide, looking for ways to reduce barriers to transit usage for low-income individuals, and whether that is through improving regional connections and regional connectivity, or through supporting fare fee programs or programs that are targeting fare assistance to low-income riders. Again, these are a few of the types of programs that can be included in our zero fare and low income side of the program. That could include whether it's eliminating fares entirely. We have a number of systems that are looking at that. And actually that's a trend that we're seeing nationwide, is more and more systems looking to go fare free. In some cases, it costs systems almost as much money to collect, store, and count the funds that they receive for fare revenues than they actually collect. And so finding more ways to reduce fares as a barrier to people, again, will just improve the accessibility of our transit systems. Again, we are on the types of routes that are included in our regional activity, or regional connectivity part of the TRIP program as well, can be regional routes that are interjurisdictional, regional fare, regional subsidy financing models to help a region better allocate their funds in a more equitable way among their communities, creating bus-only lanes or on routes of regional significance, or the creation of integrated fare collection technologies. So this program is, right now, our application period is just closing now on yesterday, on September 17th. We'll be reviewing all of those applications from our grantees and then approving the funding, getting our CTB to approve the funding in December, and that'll be $20 million of available funding this year. 10 million of that through a budget amendment from our General Assembly this year is just for the zero fare pilots. So I mentioned before Alexandria Dash, they are working right now. They have actually just established a zero fare system-wide to provide more frequent all-day service to an additional 60,000 city residents. The number of low-income riders that are going to be able to have better walking distance to frequent all-day transit service, and that this is from their new system redesign, has increased from 29% to 73%. And the number of minority residents in particular that'll have that better access is 22% to 70%. They're also going to be increasing access to senior residents as well. Improved access to jobs through their redesigned transit network, and then also a commitment to remaining zero fare as well. They're also in the process of electrifying their bus fleet, which we've been supporting with through some capital grants too. GRTC here in Richmond is another system that is planning to go zero fare as well. They have went fare free during the pandemic due to COVID as a way to keep their operators and riders safe. But what we saw is, compared to many systems across the state, they actually saw their ridership stay very consistent through the pandemic. So as a result, they'd like to keep the system fare free. It helps, again, reduce barriers to transit for all of the city's residents, and enables it to continue to stabilize its ridership too. I mentioned before the 2 pilots that we have in our integrated mobility program, and these are rural pilots. And the reason these were important to us is to be able to see if there's better ways that we can improve the reach and accessibility of our rural transit systems, where they may not necessarily have access to some of the ride sharing systems that we see in more of our urban areas. So we partnered with Bay Transit, who has now established the Bay Express service, where service is $2 a ride, again, very inexpensive compared to other modes. And they do get a credit for 10 free rides after that. They've already started to increase their riders up to 305 in August. So we're very excited about the potential for this program and the lessons learned that we can apply to other similar rural areas too. The Mountain Empire Older Citizens, which is in our western part of the state, also established the MetGo system. This began its fare free, began on June 28th. It had 1,400 riders in August, which we saw as a big increase. And they were creating connections to places like Walmart, the UVA Wise campus, and healthcare facilities as well. And then finally, our inner city bus service as well. We provide a number of routes through what's called our Virginia Breeze. This is all about connecting rural communities that don't have good inner city transportation options to major urban areas where they can access other destinations as well. So we provide inner city bus service on our 3 different routes and a 4th that's coming soon. Right now, our Valley Flyer service is between Blacksburg to DC. Our Piedmont Express, which you can see in the green line and on the map there, connects Danville, Charlottesville, up to Dulles Airport in DC, very much along the Route 29 corridor. And then our Capital Connector, which connects Martinsville and Dansville to Richmond, up to DC as well. We are also going to be beginning a route later this year from Bristol to Washington, DC too. We actually saw, even in COVID, our monthly ridership grew by 53% in the second half of fiscal year 21. So with that, I believe that it completes my presentation, and I am very happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. That was a great introduction and overview of the important work you are all doing. We have a few questions in the chat. Linda Cole asks, are there opportunities to participate in focus groups or technical working groups? And if yes, how?
Absolutely. I would say if to reach out to us, we actually have a website specifically for I assume you're talking about the technical work groups and focus groups for the transit equity study. We have a study webpage, which I believe is transitequitynva.com, but I'd also be happy to follow up with organizers here to get with my contact information, so you can reach out to us as well, and I can put you in touch with our project managers for that.
Another question, is the department studying the building of roads versus other transit means?
We are in looking at, when we did a study a few years ago on the economic benefits of transit, where we did look at some of the comparisons of benefits between transit versus highway use. I'd say as well, though, is that we are actually partnering with VDOT on a number of the major hot lanes expansions that they're doing across the state right now, because what we've seen is that those can provide very quick and accessible transit options for bus lanes and for carpoolers as well. So we're using toll revenues from the 66 corridor, the 95 corridor, 395, and soon on the Beltway on 495 extending north from the current express lanes to support more transit services. So I would say it's not always an either or of transit versus highways, but we're trying to find ways where we can, in our major corridors, really focus on increasing person throughput through corridors.
Another question, again from Linda Cole. She's asking about Virginia Breeze and its competitor Greyhound and how they compare, because Greyhound obviously does provide a lot of the for bus transit around the state.
Yeah, they are. We try not to see ourselves as competitors, or we're trying not to establish ourselves in the same markets where we have intercity bus services. We're really focused on trying to connect our communities that don't have other intercity bus operators already, and to be able to connect those to more urban areas. So the majority of our Virginia Breeze service is actually funded through federal funds, where we're actually required to use a portion of our rural transit funds for intercity bus service. And so that's what we've been using to really expand intercity bus across the state. But we're trying not to duplicate markets where Greyhound is operating. We do open up our services or the contract for operating those services to operators as well. So that could include Greyhound. But in this case, we have a Virginia-based company, Abbott Transportation, that's been providing those services for us. So.
Linda, I should invite you to ask the question yourself if you want to chime in. I don't have to. I don't have to read it. Linda, you got another question you want to jump in?
Okay, I promise this will be the last one. Your organization, the Department of Rail and Public Transportation, includes rail, not just bus service. How is train ridership seen as improving access to transportation hubs? Or is it even, considered when we're thinking about, getting people to the places that they need to be, whether it's, a medical facility or a grocery store?
Yeah, thank you. We are, as far as our inner city rail service, which we do provide across the state, and we're actually in the midst of increasing intercity rail service significantly through our Transforming Rail in Virginia program, where we'll be doubling statewide rail service over the next 10 years. We do see that as another critical way of connecting rural communities and other communities to major population and employment centers, whether that's for work, for healthcare options, for educational opportunities. We do see a lot of daily riders that use that for commuting or for other daily trips to key destinations. And so that is very much about improving connectivity and accessibility. We don't always see the amount of sort of daily types of, home-based trips for things like shopping. However, in our urban areas like Hampton Roads, where they do have a light rail system, we see a lot of trips like that serving those. And we are working with a number of our communities across the state to see if we can introduce more high capacity, frequent bus rapid transit systems, such as the Pulse in Richmond as well. So, but yeah, our intercity rail, I focused really on transit here in this presentation. Our intercity rail program is very important, and very important as well to connecting people in all reaches of the state up to urban areas, and then also being able to go into the Northeast corridor as well.
I'll ask a question since I don't see any more in the chat at the moment. I'm sure I suspect the answer is going to be both, but it seemed to me there was like kind of two emphasis when you were talking about the work that you're doing. One is making sure that people that need access to public transportation, whether that be to get to jobs that may not be lower income and not have reliable transportation that they own, or to get from their jobs to affordable housing. And so lots of the emphasis, it seems to me, on public transportation tends to, outside of large urban areas like the greater DC area, focus its attention on lower income groups. And I'm wondering how you balance, or how that's prioritized against just the need to have climate mitigation and to have less cars on the road, and to address, making sure that our carbon footprint continues to drop, which happens obviously irrespective. Like, we just need more people to use public transportation to cut our carbon footprint broadly. And I'm curious how if there's a prioritization there, obviously both, serving underserved groups and making public transportation available to them serves that climate goal. But that climate goal involves, people who spend a lot of time commuting in cars.
Yep. No, absolutely. And yes, we absolutely need to shift more people into transit to improve our greenhouse gas emissions and help address climate change, especially the impacts of the transportation sector, and the majority of which is single occupant vehicles. So yeah, trying to move more people into transit is critical to all of us trying to achieve our climate goals. And a big part of that is being able to provide safe transit, reliable transit, and frankly, more transit to more areas that have more coverage. One of the things that we are also doing across the state is we have a new strategic planning requirement with all of our, the majority of our larger kind of mid-size and larger transit systems across the state, to get them to really look at how they're providing transit service coverage across their communities, compared to just high frequency service in certain corridors, and being able to make those type of decisions as a community about how to balance coverage versus frequent capacity within a budget envelope. But we are really very much about trying to get more transit funding across the state to help expand transit, whether that's through local funds coming from our local communities, but definitely state funds, because our state funds provide a huge proportion of funding for transit agencies across the state. So again, the more funding we can get into transit, the more that we can support new capital equipment like buses, bus facilities, maintenance facilities, all those things that are needed to have and expand your transit system, but also to be able to provide more operators and support the operating and maintenance of our transit systems too. So really we are about trying to just expand transit as much as possible, but also to make sure that it's being done in a very accessible way as well. So hope that answered your question.
No, great. We need to pivot to the next topic, but there's one last question also. I'll ask you to just address this quickly. How do you guys factor in some of these entrepreneurial mobility providers like rental scooters and Uber?
So yeah, that's something we also in our strategic planning requirements are asking people to look at as connections to new emergent types of mobility. And those, I think, things like scooters and bike rentals can provide very key first mile, last mile connections to transit. And so we are encouraging people to look at that. I do believe we've supported a few bike share programs in a few parts of the state as well. So we see all of this very much as integrated mobility.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, really appreciate the wonderful presentation. Okay, our next topic today is going to be health, it's going to be housing. And we have three speakers. We're going to have three speakers, two presentations. So for the next 15 minutes, I'm going to introduce everybody right now. Our first speaker is Regina Chaney. She is the Senior Housing Education Specialist at the Center for Housing Education at Home Ownership's Made Equal, which I think lots of people know as HOME, and it's an amazing organization. And then our second 15 minutes we're going to have two speakers, Adele McClure, who is Executive Director of the Virginia Black Caucus. She'll be presenting with Christie Marra, who is Marra, I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name, Director of Housing and Advocacy at the Virginia Poverty Law Center. And from their different perspectives, they're all doing really important and impactful work, making access to housing and homeownership more equitable in the Commonwealth. So I will turn it over to Regina Chaney.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Yes, okay, great. Actually, my name is Regina Chaney. I'm actually the outreach coordinator, community engagement and outreach coordinator at HOME. And I am happy to be here today. I just want to know, can I share my screen?
Yes.
Here we go. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, can you guys see that?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Again, thank you for having me here today. I know my time is sort of limited, so I'm going to be moving through things pretty quickly. I was asked to sort of hit the highlights of racial disparities in housing. Let's see if I can work this. So again, yes, I hear that I think a lot of people have heard of HOME. That stands for Housing Opportunities Made Equal. HOME is a private nonprofit organization celebrating its 50th year or its anniversary this year. We provide a variety of housing services. We enforce the Fair Housing Act. We expand housing choice and opportunity via our housing counseling and education programs. We combat housing discrimination based on federal and state protected classes as we investigate discriminatory housing practices. And through our research and policy work, we hope to lead discussions to help others better understand the connections of how where we live has a great impact on accessing other opportunities. Just a quick review of the Fair Housing Act. It was established to eliminate housing discrimination, to promote residential integration. The law says it shall be unlawful to restrict or attempt to restrict the choices of a person by word or conduct in connection with buying or renting a dwelling so as to perpetuate segregated housing patterns or discourage or obstruct choices in the community, neighborhood, or development. And I will say, unfortunately, since 1968, the gap between white and Black households is at its highest it's been in nearly 50 years. Now, just an example of what type of discriminatory behavior contributes to this racial disparity. One would be certainly to refuse to sell or rent, the offering of different terms and conditions, steering, misrepresenting the availability of housing, preference and with regards to advertising, intimidation, or in general, otherwise making housing unavailable. And all of this is because of someone's protected class. Now, the protected classes, federal protected classes are race, color, national origin, gender, religion, familial status, and disability. The additional protected classes in Virginia are source of income, sexual orientation, gender identity, military status, and elderliness. So as I get into my discussion on racial inequities in housing, I thought I would talk about housing affordability, homelessness, just in general housing segregation, and the wealth building or the gap of such. Now, not just in Virginia, but in no state, metropolitan area, or county in the US can a worker earning federal, state, or local minimum wage afford a 2-bedroom rental home at market value, even by working a 40-hour week. We have a shortage of over 1 million affordable and available rental homes for extremely low-income families. 71% of our nation's extremely low-income households are severely housing cost burdened and spend more than half of their earnings on rent and utilities. People of color are more likely than white people to be extremely low-income renters. The lack of affordable housing certainly drives homelessness, and people become homeless when they can't afford a place to live. People of color make up a disproportionate share of the homeless population, truly as a result of historical discriminatory practices. African Americans make up about 40% of the homeless population, despite representing only a little over 13% of the general population. Unaffordable housing drives poor people deeper into poverty, deprives them of other necessities such as food, healthcare, clothing, transportation, and even retirement. And it also limits their chances of getting out of poverty. Now, racial inequities are deeply rooted in housing segregation. Segregation in housing is a way to accomplish segregation in every aspect of life. Housing segregation means that things like certain jobs, schools, healthcare options, grocery stores are located in certain communities. It determines where parks are located, if the street is repaired, if toxic dump sites are nearby. Segregation accomplishes so many other inequalities because you effectively contain a population to a geographic area, and suddenly all other civil rights laws don't even matter. So moving on to home ownership disparities and the wealth gap. Owning property has been the American dream because it's the way Americans build generational wealth. That's what we do in this culture. But the home ownership gap between white and Black households is a spread of about 30 points, which is wider than it was when the Fair Housing Act was passed, and potentially wider than it's been since 1900. The Fair Housing Act is significant, but we do need to do more. Housing discrimination plays a significant role in this disparity. Since 2016, the wealth gap, like I said, has continued to widen. The results of a survey of consumer finances, which was done by the Federal Reserve Board, reveals that among Black families, household net worth has remained in a range of $15,000 to $25,000 over the past 30 years, in contrast to net worth for white families that has been in the range from $115,000 to $200,000. That is a great disparity. Now, when we talk about what's the contributing factors? Well, as I mentioned before, certainly historical and current discriminatory practices, such as we look at FHA. In the wake of the Great Depression, FHA was established to facilitate home financing and improve housing standards. But FHA subsidized builders who were mass producing entire subdivisions for whites with the requirement that none of those homes be sold to African Americans. Basically, just eliminating the option of home ownership, certainly in the suburbs for African Americans. The Homeowners Loan Corporation, its purpose was to refinance loans to default that were in default to prevent foreclosure and expand housing opportunities. Well, the Homeowners Loan Corporation created maps to assess mortgage risk and set new standards for federal underwriting, which hence was the establishment of redlining, again, creating a barrier for people of color. And certainly this went on with the VA loans as well. Just one stat I wanted to put out. In 1947 in Mississippi, out of 3,000 VA loans made or guaranteed, only 2 African Americans received a VA loan, despite the fact that African Americans made up half of the state's population. And between 1944 and 71, 11 million Americans purchased their home with a VA loan, but less than 2% of those mortgages went to African Americans. Another contributing factor, student loans. Black college graduates hold more overall debt than white college graduates, despite their lower incomes. The foreclosure crisis. Black communities were hit harder than any other racial group by the housing crisis. Black homeowners purchased their homes at the peak of the bubble at a rate much higher than white or Asian home buyers. And Black home buyers were disproportionately victims of subprime loans, where in many cases they actually qualified for prime loans. And certainly there's the issue of credit and access and the effect of it. We in the US, we operate under a dual credit market. As opposed to the capital markets and mainstream financial services such as banks, credit unions, 401ks, and pensions, there's this alternative financial service, such as pawn shops, check cashers, payday lenders, rent-to-own shops. And who are the users of the alternative financial services? 40% 40% of African Americans, 40% of Latinos, 38% of American Indians, 19% Asians, as opposed to 18% white. Informational networks was found in 2019 via investigations and litigation cases that discriminatory digital marketing had become the most common tactic among housing industry, agents, realtors, landlords, and brokers. In 2016, an investigation revealed in Facebook practice that allowed its advertisers to exclude Facebook users from seeing housing ads based on their race and ethnicity. Now, the gap, as I said before, continues to grow, and that's because of very basic discriminatory practices that tend to continue and be business as usual, such as real estate agents refusing to return phone calls, loan officers steering borrowers of color to higher loan products, people of color being denied mortgages more often than white borrowers, differential treatment by real estate agents, and appraisers that can artificially deflate property values. Now, I want to throw this out because I know I only have a few more minutes, but I thought this particular case was very, very interesting because it's also quite egregious and also very recent. Back in February of 2021, this Black couple in the Bay Area wanted to refinance their home that they purchased in 2016. They paid $900,000 for the house and put in about $400,000 worth of improvements. In their efforts to refinance, the initial appraisal came back about $100,000 more than what they paid for it. So they had a white friend who white staged their house. And they got another appraisal in a couple of weeks. The difference was $500,000. That's a loss of generational wealth. How do we shrink the gap? Possibly reforming our credit scoring system, expanding certainly access to capital to underserved communities of color, increase affordable housing stock, strengthen CRA, expand and better enforce fair housing laws, educate the housing industry about fair housing, and certainly to educate consumers about the home buying process. We all know that segregation is by design. Laws and policy decisions passed by local, state, and federal governments that actually promoted discriminatory patterns, they also continue today. To dismantle this system, we must be anti-segregationist. I know that I went through really fast, but I wanted to make sure that I didn't overstay my time. I do encourage you all, when possible, to go to HOME's website, to look at what we're doing, to join the fight against housing inequality, and let us all just begin to do something about it, because racial disparities in housing affects all of us, not just a few. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. Let's hold questions for housing. We'll do those collectively. So the next two speakers, Adele McClure and Christie Marra, talking also on the topic of housing. So please take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you so much for bringing us on, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for giving Christie and I the opportunity to talk to you about the reparative homeownership pilot program that we've been working on to redress the continuing harms, a lot of them that Regina mentioned, especially in the ones that are continuing to harm without redress, Black and non-white Virginians' ability to access and build wealth through homeownership caused by past discriminatory government policies and the ongoing disparate impact of certain lending practices on communities of color. And so our program is Our Home, and it provides reparations exclusively in the housing arena because it seeks to address how home ownership policies and practices forced disinvestment from Black neighborhoods and denied non-white Virginians home ownership opportunities. And so Christie, myself, and others have gathered stakeholders and talked to so many across the housing field to compile their ideas and their input on developing this program. And we're also planning a series of community conversations to have folks who are directly impacted by this program at the table developing it. And so we would absolutely love your feedback. And also coupled with this program, there'll be a legislative package of bills addressing the barriers that people face when trying to purchase a home. So we want to have a holistic approach to the issue that we're working to address. So, on one hand, it's the program that Christie is going to go into more detail about. And then on the other hand, it'll be a series of legislation, and we'd love to get any feedback from you all. If you know of specific barriers making it hard for people to access home ownership that can be addressed specifically with legislation, please, please, please reach out to us, let us know, and I'll pass it over to Christie to give the specifics about how the program can work. So give me a second to share my screen for her. All right, everybody can see that?
Great.
All right, perfect.
Thank you, Adele, and thank you to all of the organizers of this event for inviting us to come and speak about this program idea that we are so excited about. And this would be, and I think Adele mentioned this, but I just want to highlight that as of now, we're talking about this reparative home ownership program as a pilot program for the Richmond metropolitan statistical area. There's a lot of interest in the Charlottesville area as well. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that we can figure out how to add them. But just so everyone understands, and I'll go into more detail in a second, this is a limited pilot program for a limited number of people who meet fairly strict criteria, but our hope is that it will be so successful that the legislators will be happy to expand it statewide. So let's get into the nuts and bolts a little bit. Adele, could you go to the next slide, actually? Here we go. So as I said, the eligibility criteria for this, what is essentially a robust down payment assistance program, are very much tied to specific racist policies and practices of the past century, 70 years, probably century. And so those things that we're specifically looking at are folks who we say lost their homes, but what we're talking about is folks who had their were homeowners and had homes taken through eminent domain for, quote, urban renewal. Now, we know that this happened all over the country. It happened here, and we can actually pinpoint some specific neighborhoods: Fulton Hill, Randolph, Jackson Ward. I looked specifically at the Randolph history, and it was really and is really appalling. And without casting any dispersions on the intent of Richmond Redevelopment Housing Authority, what they actually did in the 70s, despite very clear opposition by community members in the Randolph neighborhood, was to take by eminent domain the homes of over 400 families that own their homes in the Randolph community and replace them with both a highway, we know 195 cuts that community in half, and public housing. And so it's people who experienced that very specific loss of homeownership and loss of equity, which, as Regina said, is what is causing the Black-white wealth gap to continue to grow despite all of these changes in the laws. The legacy of these racist policies and practices means that the Black families were much less likely to be able to build wealth than white families. And so people who lost their homes and their wealth building through urban renewal, people who were denied low interest mortgages and had to take out predatory loans, if they could indeed get any loans at all, because they were purchasing homes in Black neighborhoods, and those Black neighborhoods were redlined by the Homeowners Loan Corporation. More recently, We know, and Regina talked about this as well, that folks lost homes that they purchased through subprime mortgages, and disproportionately Black families lost homes through foreclosure during the 2007-2008 foreclosure crisis. All of those experiences would qualify somebody to participate in this robust down payment assistance program that we're calling the Reparative Home Ownership Program. And then they technically have to be first-time home buyers, which according to the federal definition simply means they haven't owned a home within the past 3 years. Okay, and we'll go on to the next slide. Thank you, Adele. As I said, this would be a pilot program for 2 years. We are hoping to serve between 150 and 200 families to enable them to become first-time homeowners. With the assistance of the program, there would be the biggest piece of assistance that would enable folks to purchase these homes would be robust down payment assistance that would range between $15,000 for people at the higher income level of 80% area median income to over $100,000 for folks who were below 30% area median income. These would be second mortgages, but they would be completely forgivable, so that as long as the home buyer program participant made regular payments on their first mortgage for the first 5 years, that second mortgage would completely go away. And whatever the amount of it was would become the equity that that person had in their home at the end of 5 years. And then we're also looking at another program component to deal with deferred maintenance for folks who otherwise qualify but were able to keep their homes despite all the obstacles. And just now, due to disinvestment in those communities, have not been able to leverage their homes to do repairs. We know so many of us in communities where the homes values are going up are able to take out those home equity loans to make repairs. In places that have suffered from disinvestment, that's not possible. So we want to make sure we provide assistance there as well. Is there another slide? Or are we ready for questions?
Or I couldn't unmute fast enough. We're ready for questions. I don't think there's another slide.
Okay, great. Oh, just the income eligibility, but I touched on all of that already. I always skip ahead.
Well, that's super exciting. I'm going to jump in. Please anybody else throw a question into the chat or just jump in. Raise your hand using the raise hand function. But I'm curious where the funding for this comes from. This is
right.
Somewhat capital intensive, and
yeah.
So who's providing the financing?
So what we are hoping, and we have already secured our chief patrons in Senator Ghazala Hashmi and Delegate Jeff Bourne, who many of you know, and who are both strong advocates for affordable housing issues and always have been. And they are on board 100%, and we are all going to work together to try to get this money in the budget. We don't know the extent to which we can convince the governor and the current governor and the next governor and the legislators to use some of the remaining American Rescue Plan Act federal funds to fund a portion of this. But we know that right now there are still some of those funds remaining that have not been designated. And there are also more funds than we normally have in the state coffer because we have a surplus. And you will hear many people tell you all that money is spent already. But you know, we believe that it's not spent until the governor's signatures dry in April, right, Adele? And so we feel pretty good about our chances of getting this program funded. And again, it's 2 years of funding to support a pilot program. So it's yes, it's a lot of money, but if you'll remember, we're talking about fewer than 200 families.
Couple questions. How long the practice of taking homes through eminent domain continue? definitely was the case in the 50s and 60s, at least into the 70s. I know the federal, I'm just adding this, right? Federal urban renewal kind of officially ends in 74. But I think states continue to exercise this because it is a state power, not a federal power.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that's the right answer.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Those, 50s through, and really it started before that. I would say 40s through the late 70s and into the 80s.
Question about Carolyn from Carolyn Kaywood. She asked that she participated in a heat mapping project. It might be the one with Jeremy.
Yep.
What's Jeremy?
From the Science Museum.
Yeah. Do you have any funds for adding tree canopy to areas with inexpensive homes? As we know that, poor places are hot places.
So I'm sorry, Adele, jump in anytime. Yeah, we've talked about that. We've talked about including some funding for that. I think now, however, we are really determined to focus on housing reparations. That issue is absolutely connected to that because it has to do with the health of the neighborhoods where these homeowners are or where these prior homeowners were. So I think we're open to that conversation. I just have to see what happens.
Yeah, and I think, you summed it up right, Christine. I think another thing we were looking at is what existing programs or funds are out there in addition to this and other things that can kind of wrap around what we're trying to address here. So if anybody knows of anything, somebody that we could talk to about this or partner with or collaborate with, please reach out to us and let us know.
There's some great work being done by, I just know, like, what is it? Groundwork Richmond, Groundwork USA is doing a lot of great work on this. Greening Southside is doing also, is addressing this and addressing in a way that, sorry, we got to switch to the next, but like they're investing in skills in their community, right? And they're working with youth in these hot areas and neighborhoods that have just, too many impervious surfaces and not enough greenery to work with those youth and pay them to green their own neighborhoods, which is really, really great program. One last question and then we'll pivot to, and we're kind of moving into the environmental area. If we encourage reparations only in existing areas where injustice occurred, how do we improve the community, transportation, environmentally?
I don't think that, certainly Adele and I are not suggesting that this is the only type of reparation that's appropriate. We're not suggesting that this takes priority over other things. What we're saying is we're housers and we're housing policy advocates, and we are gonna get moving on this because this is our passion and this is the space we work in. But gosh, it would be great to have 2 or 3 other efforts at the same time, and we'd love to partner with such efforts.
And if I saw Carolyn ask about weatherization, and we also were looking to partner with some orgs to also refer folks to those type of programs. So we're talking about all of it, everything that wraps around home ownership. So we're just trying to find a way to kind of marry everything.
Well, thank you all for those great presentations. And this is really important work you're all doing. Let me reintroduce Karen Campblin, who will be the third and addressing the third topic and our final speaker today. She's a planner and she by profession, and she currently is serving as the Environmental and Climate Justice Chair for the Virginia State Conference NAACP. Very excited to hear your presentation today.
Great, thank you. And it's so wonderful to be here. I have a brief PowerPoint slide that I have teed up and ready to go. And let me see if I can remember the instructions on how to get it going. So I believe you should see my title slide. Thank you, everyone. And it's wonderful to be here today and presenting on environmental justice, as well as the Environmental and Climate Justice Program for the Virginia State Conference NAACP. So let's see here. Basically, the very general definition of environmental justice is just ensuring the fair and equal treatment of all people, regardless of race, color, and national origin, during the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, policies, and programs. But it is just so much more. And so before I go into how we can identify and start using an environmental justice and equity lens in everything that we do, I just want to give just a really brief background as to what different variations and stages in which environmental justice has moved and how it has gotten to where we are today, and how much more we still need to accomplish in order to fulfill the goals of the environmental justice program. And so it's the general thought process is that it really started to take shape, the environmental justice movement in the 1970s, when there was an African-American community in Warren County, North Carolina, that was fighting against bringing in a waste management facility, a hazardous waste landfill within their neighborhoods. And a lot of the activists started fighting and talking about why all of these noxious facilities are typically located in African-American communities or BIPOC communities. Dr. Robert Pollard was part of this movement and started looking at the siting of all of these facilities. And what he identified was, ringing true throughout the country. He looked at it on a very local level. He then moved it out into a wider regional level and identified that most of the noxious facilities were being placed in African-American communities. And then he even went as far as statewide and even looked at some very diverse areas such as Houston and Texas and all of these different communities. And the results kept on coming back that these facilities were in either communities of low wealth or communities of color. And actually, Dr. Robert Pollard is actually coined as the father of environmental justice. And if you listen to any of his interviews, he would say that the reason why he put justice in that phrase, environmental justice, was to make sure that everyone didn't forget the justice piece when fighting for the environment. And as you can imagine, this is during a time when there were two different types of fight for the environment that was going on. In the wider, more affluent discussions, it was to save the trees, save the lakes, and save the planets, with the greenhouse gas emissions and those types of very important discussions. And then in the BIPOC or the African-American communities or communities of color, it was a conversation of we need to breathe. We are having significant cancer rates and death rates and all of these things, or children have asthma. And so this environmental justice piece, the mentioning of justice, is to make sure that as we talk about the planet, as we talk about our trees, we remember the justice piece attached to it. And then in 1990s, there was an environmental leadership group by the delegates of the First National People of Color. They met in DC and they drafted a set of principles for the environmental justice movement. And this is something that a lot of the different communities and organizations, including NAACP, that we hold as part of our principles as we move forward in our advocacy and education for environmental justice and climate change. And some of these things, there's 17 in all, but it is really honing in on the importance and sacredness of Mother Earth, but also mandating the right of an ethical balance and responsible use of renewable sources. And then also stressing that all of these advocacy and conversations about how do we manage our resources should really be bottom up and not top to bottom. So that's meaning going out to the communities and finding out what the community desires. And this is something that is very important, and a lot of different organizations are starting to talk about this and realizing that lived experience is just as valuable as academic experience. And so really leaning on the grassroots, the individuals that are living in the communities to say and help direct and guide decision-making processes, including needs assessment, planning, implementation, enforcement, and continued evaluation of the program. Another principle that with the NAACP utilizes is the YEMES principles for democratic organizing, which is kind of what I was talking about earlier, which is, being inclusivity, letting the people talk, working together in solidarity and building relationships as you move on. A lot of these issues can be addressed, and it's very relational and very integral to have joint discussions amongst all different sectors, whether it's the environment, whether it's social justice, or whether it's economically based. And yet, despite all of these different advocacy movements that we have had going all the way back to the 50s, 60s, and 70s, 80s and 90s, we're still identifying that BIPOC communities and communities of low wealth are still being the recipient of noxious uses. And despite an understanding that the grassroots, the local community's voice should be heard, we're still experiencing developers or any types of placement of and siting of these noxious facilities are still being in African-American or BIPOC communities or communities of low wealth. We're still celebrating the recent victory of the Union Hill, Virginia community, in which it was a historically African-American community. However, it was insisted that it was not. And so it was a grassroots effort to prove that not only is it a historically African-American community with a minority majority, but that the proposed project would have irreparable damage, not only to our land, but our water and air in that community. And so the Environmental and Climate Justice Program for NAACP started about 10 years ago, actually 11 years ago, to combat the ill effects on the African-American community by the coal industry. And the program has evolved into a game changer. It started off as a subject as part of the Health Committee. And the more we realized how important it was, it started to really become a huge and integral part of NAACP's program. It became a standalone committee. And then during the 2020 annual convention for the national NAACP, President Derek Johnson identified the Environmental and Climate Justice Program as a game changer. There are 6 game changers which NAACP identifies as having significant impact and influence to the socio and economic advancement for people of color. And so the program itself follows 3 major goals. One is to reduce the harmful emissions, 2, advancing energy efficiency and clean energy, and 3 is strengthening community resilience and movability. The way I look at it is more of a progression, but of course, they're all happening at the same time. But once we are going into communities and transitioning to clean energy, the next step is identifying ways in which to repair the damage that had happened in the past. There are a lot of different toolkits that we have that are available. I just highlighted a few that deals with either transitioning to clean energy like wind and solar, or lights out in the cold, which is something a lot of our communities are dealing with now after COVID, which is the elimination of utility disconnections. And then we also have things that can transform communities into smart advocates for crisis and advancing equity during disasters. And of course, we have a recent report that also identified that it's not a coincidence that many African Americans live near oil and gas developments. And so we really want to strive for a outreach and collaboration between all of the different sectors within our communities to a degree in which there is resident and citizens power, and to be able to move away from those types of engagement in which the type of information that's disseminated and shared with the community is either one-sided, meaning we're just going to give you the information and no opportunities for responses and feedback, but that too when it's true collaboration. And another way that we can look at it is, you've seen, I'm quite sure everybody's seen this picture in which it identifies the difference between reality, equality, and equity, where reality, there's some folks that have more access to more resources, making them more privileged to be able to and have a better or quality of life. Equality is the equal distribution of resources, and equity is distributing resources as needed. And then somebody looked at this picture and said, you know what, this is assuming that the person in purple has any difficulty of seeing. And so let's take it one step further. And what we really need to do is remove the barrier, okay, and have that person or individual or organization or community as a whole be able to function to its best and potential. And so at the crust of the environmental justice movement and programs within NAACP is, how do we remove those systemic barriers that prevent that advancement? And so we can use these equity lens in planning. For instance, who's at the table, who's making those decisions, and making sure that during our procedural, that there is procedural equity in everything that we do. And also, how are these resources allocated? Making sure that we kind of make, there's usually some unintended consequences, no matter how well-intended a program is. So we have to make sure that if we're allocating resources to one area, that there's not another community that not having those resources at those times will result in any types of failing infrastructure, as we saw in the resource allocation in the stormwater management in New Orleans with the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. And then what are the equitable outcomes? Who's impacted, who's resilient, and how will they thrive? And so this is a photo of after Katrina, and you will see that there is a disparate difference between who were resilient and able to come out into the community and provide assistance, and who had a harder time and to be able to be self-sufficient because of all of the structural damages that occurred within that particular ward. And so we have to just make sure that everything that is done is intentional and transformational and changes. This is a picture of a teenager, her project. She lives in a food desert, and she reached out and talked to a bunch of different nurseries, and they provided supplies for her to create community gardens. And her goal was to be able to harvest fresh fruits and vegetables for her family in a food desert, but also to be able to encourage her friends and family to have healthier diet through growing your own garden. So, so what are some of the barriers in homeowners' HOAs that prevents that from happening and reduces the opportunity for families to be able to generate and harvest their own affordable and healthy foods? And I'm not sure if anybody has seen this, but there are two studies that actually looked at racism, systemic barriers within our Virginia codes, as well as our zoning laws. One was the part one was released by McGuire Woods that identified that there were significant barriers within our zoning laws that prevent and continues to encourage segregation. And we've heard of some of that we during our housing presentation earlier. But we're looking also in the Virginia laws in which, even though those laws may not necessarily be openly followed, there's still vestiges of inequity and inequality that are impacting our communities. And so there is a effort by Governor Northam. It started, I believe, with Governor McCullough before he left office. And how do we look in our Virginia laws and remove those Jim Crow type laws? So these are some of the things that NAACP is moving towards, and saying these are things that are good and able to provide quality of life for all, regardless of race, color, socioeconomic status, or education, or whatever that particular individual and or community identifies, and in finding ways in which we protect our air, our land, and our water, but also providing for affordable housing, clean energy, and as well as a diverse mix of uses of transportation. And so these are some of the, these are some of the legislation in which NAACP encourages and has been supporting for, in particular, the last 2 years. We've got a political action committee that has been really going out and advocating for these rules, bills, during our General Assembly session. We'll be doing it again in 2022. And that is ensuring public comment and feedback is taken in a proactive and actionable manner, particularly during permitting and program development processes, and then transition into clean, renewable, non-extractive energy, strengthening our environmental justice protection acts and bills, as well as ensuring adequate and affordable free transportation options when available, and some of those other things that I had mentioned before. But also, as we have these Confederate monuments discussions, ensuring that the historic retelling and preservation of all historic resources. So, as we identify different battlefields to protect and preserve, just making sure that the contribution of all individuals and communities, including people of color, also part of the Virginia story, and it's told accurately, and promoting broadband access for all. And then finally, ensuring a statewide coordinated climate action plan. A lot of different municipalities are doing a really great job in introducing different types of laws and regulations that are promoting for climate action, such as tree preservation and all of these things. But it would also be great in which we have a coordinated action plan on a statewide level. And I hope, and that's my last slide. So I'm going to stop sharing and see if there are any questions.
We have one in the chat. Carolyn asks, the second sentence of the EPA definition of environmental justice was left out of the definition that Virginia's natural resources uses. Do you think the absence of, and this is quoting from the EJ definition from the EPA, equal access to the decision-making process to have a healthy environment in which to live, learn, and work has affected how the department treats frontline communities, particularly given how, and I'll just add this, I'm adding this, like, you've really emphasized the need to do this collaboratively with communities and not impose it on communities. And apparently Virginia's natural resources does not have that decision-making process in their environmental justice definition.
So yeah, and I think that's right, but just a slight correction, and I'm really sorry if I wasn't clear. That was really the NAACP's original definition of environmental justice. We had taken the EPA's and we actually expanded it to include other things such as sexual orientation, gender identity, and those types of things, which is not necessarily listed in the EPA. And so that we use that as a guide, but that is not our true definition of environmental justice. It's basically if it's something that is preventing an individual from being able to function and achieve their best potential, then there is some form of injustice, whether it be the placement of facilities within a communities that increases the the numbers, the frequency of children having asthma, for instance. As in one of the reports that was written by National NAACP that I kind of highlighted earlier, Fumes Across the Fence Line, they identified that school children misses approximately 101,000 school days per year due to complications brought on by asthma. And so looking at that, you also know that, of course, if our children are missing that much schools, their academic careers are also impacted at such a young age. And so and so just looking at all of those different things and the intersectionality of it, that has to be also a part of the environmental justice definition and what we're striving to advocate against and finding ways in which we can come up with solutions.
Other questions from anyone?
No questions, just a statement. Outstanding.
Thank you.
All of it.
Thank you.
And, yeah, there's one more. How do we categorize environmental harm as an injustice or inequity, and also look at housing, transportation, et cetera, under the same umbrella?
I am not sure I think I know what Linda, is it okay if Linda kind of expands on that just a little bit?
Sure. One of the things we are struggling with in a group that I'm in, we want to study environmental justice and how how we can improve the League of Women Voters Virginia position on that. And we have this umbrella called environmental justice. And we, as an environmental person, I think of, clean water, particulate emissions, the environmental part of environmental justice. And yet I think when we, as a collective, talk about environmental justice, we also include things that aren't environmental per se, but may be an injustice. Definitely an injustice. I guess we are struggling with the definition of environmental justice. And I was just wondering, Karen, if you could maybe help us with that struggle. I mean, how do we stand up? Because we look at the definition EPA provides, and we say, okay, we need to be able to bring everybody to the table. When laws are being proposed, not after they've been proposed and sent out, but we're just, or maybe it's just me struggling. Can you help me out, Karen? I would really appreciate it.
I would love to talk to you even more offline, because it sounds like it's a really deep dive conversation that may have also some local things, nuances about it that we would need to address. But I think, in terms of environmental justice or environmental injustices, really, is if it impacts or creates a barrier that prevents a particular person or community from having access to quality of life amenities and or a clean environment, that can be an environmental justice. So that could be why are all the major transportation hubs located in low wealth communities or communities of color. It could be why are the in communities of color and low wealth communities, either non-existent or very lacking. Why is it the resources to replant trees in communities priority in some communities and not others? And then, you know, even within resiliency, getting coastal resiliency funding for the federal government, typically you would hear these conversations. Well, if we start with the improvements in our downtown communities and then we slowly, you know, radiate it out to the other communities, it's that there itself is an injustice, because it's going to be prioritizing your funding resources to a more affluent community and making the other communities that typically are either disenfranchised or underinvested having to wait yet again. So we've got all of this time period in which they've had low investment. And even as we're transitioning to clean energy, you know, there's some, you know, there's currently a bill that was passed in 2020 in which our electric cooperatives were given the authority to implement a energy efficiency, an on-bill tariff financing program for energy efficiency. So making sure that that is implemented in a very equitable manner. So that's looking at homes with the highest energy burden located in low wealth communities and say, these are the areas that should be prioritized, and making sure those resources and those priorities are kind of funneled to those areas that have been waning for decades. And then also, you know, we've heard about all of these different things in terms of during our housing presentation, in which they talked about this opportunities for generational wealth. And it also impacts that the lack of investment in our infrastructure artificially would keep those property values low, thus limiting an opportunity for generational wealth within those low communities. And so there are all these different things. It's like the dominoes. You think of something and it's connected and it's connected and it's connected. And I understand, I'm with you, Linda. It's really hard to figure out when and how. It's like an onion. You just keep peeling and peeling, but they're all connected. And then you know, that's why you really have to start looking at the systemic pieces of it, because if we do anything else, it's just a Band-Aid item that we're just going to transfer the problem to the next generation.
Thank you so much, Karen. I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
We were at 4:30.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to wrap us up because yes, I had a question because I would love to ask you about like climate gentrification. I think that's a pressing problem, but we'll leave that for another conversation down the road. I want to thank you, Karen, for this, and thank everyone else on the panel. And thanks to the Virginia League of Women Voters for organizing this event. I'll just clap on everyone's behalf. And thanks everyone in the audience for showing up for this important event. Okay, take care.
Thank you so much for wrapping us up there. We appreciate everyone who contributed and who attended today. Just a reminder that we start tomorrow at noon, and tomorrow we'll focus on particularly voting and education. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. So thank you again and have a great evening.